And just remind me, the subcommittees are not YouTubed, right? Or they're not. Nope. Nope. I got enough sound bites to last the rest of my political career.
So, it being 10 o'clock, I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1274, and I call the sponsor, Representative Ebel. Yes. Excuse me, Representative Grota, if you'd mind taking notes. Representative Sytek has a conflict this morning. Welcome back. We missed you.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the committee. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel. I represent Merrimack District 5, which is New London and Newbury. And I'm here this morning to introduce HB 1274, which would establish a study committee to review the solid waste practices of our state agencies. I think at this point, everybody has heard quite a bit about the solid waste situation in the state of New Hampshire and how many of the states in our region are really making a lot of advancements in trying to divert the amount of solid waste that's going into their landfills away into more recycling or a reduction of use. As a starting point, I wanted to mention that HB 1274 is virtually identical to HB 1706, which is a bill that I introduced in 2020. The passage was unanimously recommended by this committee, and the bill passed on the House consent calendar. But along with other bills during the COVID days, it was laid on the table by the Senate. So it has passed the House once unanimously. I think just by way of background, you may recall back in 2019, China decided to stop taking a lot of our solid waste and recycled goods, and that put the problem that we have with our solid waste really in sharp focus. The towns in particular that did single stream, where you put all your recycling into one bucket and it has to be sorted, were particularly hit because a lot of that ultimately did end up going to China, and that stopped. So during that period, that's when I decided to introduce a bill to create a legislative study committee, the HB 617 Recycling and Solid Waste Management Committee. And we did a lot of work in an 8-week period. We had about 50 stakeholders, and we heard a lot about a lot of the problems that our municipalities and our businesses were having with waste, and really the effect on property taxes overall. But among the stakeholders that came in to speak with us was the Department of Administrative Services. And we did put together a really comprehensive report on our findings. But one of the things that I felt and the committee felt was that we really didn't have adequate time to delve more deeply into how our executive branch, how our state agencies deal with their solid waste. There is a statute which I mention in my testimony, RSA 9-C, which relates to solid waste and the recycling programs. In fact, it's entitled State Government Waste Reduction, Recycling, and Recycled Products Purchase. And there's a whole chapter on solid waste and what the executive branch does with it. I also provided to you in my testimony a memorandum that was prepared by DAS. In fact, Amy Farnham, I invited to be here today from DAS. She did write the memo, and it gives a good overview of the program that's administered by DAS. I understand that DAS is not planning on before our HB 617 committee, and in the memorandum that Amy prepared, is that although the statutes created a recycling program, the recycling program is a centralized program, and much of the solid waste disposal and mechanisms are done agency by agency, so it's a decentralized program, and it's very challenging at times to sort of coordinate both sides. The other thing, and I have to say I mean, that's why we need a study committee. I haven't delved deeply into this either, is that the state, it does have a program whereby the recyclables that we have are sold, and that goes into a recycling fund, and that fund is supposed to support further solid waste diversion efforts. So the HB 617 committee had a variety of recommendations, as I noted, but one of them was that DAS should work with the legislature to review and update state laws to reflect current solid waste challenges and opportunities and coordinate disposal and recycling efforts. And there's also a LBA performance audit of DAS's statewide recycling program, and it's our understanding, and if I'm incorrect, they can correct me, that it's not been fully complied with yet. So we thought maybe if we had a study committee, we could look at that more deeply as well. So I'm here as in my capacity as the former chair of the HB 617 study committee and following up on its recommendations in the introduction of this bill. I'll just add that I think that solid waste has been a pretty hot topic in the past year or so, especially with the proposal by Casella to create a new landfill. And between that and the findings of our study committee, several bills have been introduced and passed the House. One was to change our solid waste diversion goals so that we now have a 25% reduction by 2030 goal and 45% reduction goal by 2050. And I feel we all have a great responsibility to do right by our state, and the executive branch certainly is a generator of quite a bit of trash, and I think it's worth looking a little bit more closely at how it's managed, and I think it's a good role for a legislative study committee. So on that basis, I'd like to recommend passage of this bill, and I'd be more than happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I see we do have some questions.
Okay.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ebel, and others for bringing this forward. As you may know, that I wear another hat, and that's Vice President of the Board of Aldermen in Nashua. And I'm on the Board of Public Works Committee, and we've done a lot of work. And this is one of the questions that really is hitting us in the forefront. In the example in the city of Nashua, we basically take two bins, not single stream, two bins, and that goes to the landfill, only to be carted off to somewhere else where we can get a tier weight of lower than to put it into our landfill, because our landfill is coming to the end. So we're very guarded with this. So I understand the economics to it. It's China. That was one of the things that was brought up. Will this committee look into the economics and try to ingrain some homegrown use for these type of recyclables so that they have somewhere to go within this? I mean, this could be a job opportunity that we're just peeling back the covers on.
Well, thank you for your question, Representative O'Brien. I have to say that when we first started to dive into this subject in the committee that I chaired 2 years ago, it was an astonishing journey, because really this is an issue that touches every single person and every single entity in the state of New Hampshire. Another recommendation of the study committee was that we form a solid waste working group, and that bill also passed the House. The working group has now been convened, and I also chair that committee. And the topics that you're talking about as far as economics, how to promote markets, just to really look at the solid waste situation in New Hampshire, and also to work with DES in the production of a long-range solid waste plan, which has not been done since 2003. That's all topics that are going to be covered by the solid waste working group. I would say this study committee will be more focused on what the state itself does with its waste, meaning the state agencies. That'll necessarily get into economics, I think, especially because if you feel that the state in general has a solid waste problem, the state itself should ostensibly be a leader in some of the concepts that it puts forward to deal with that problem. And, you know, one of the things I think we'll be looking at is just the various procurement requirements, because one of the problems with recyclables is that you have to have a market for them. And so, you know, just talking about toilet paper or whatever you want to talk about, if you buy toilet paper or paper that's 50% recyclable, you do help to promote a recyclable market. So I don't know if that completely answers your question, but I want to assure you that even though like the situation in Nashua or whatever wouldn't be quite the focus, it's definitely being analyzed as part of the solid waste working group.
It does. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lekas?
Thank you. Yeah, my concerns are similar to Representative O'Brien's in that I mean, I think the key is finding a way to safely get rid of trash at as low a cost as possible, both for the state and, you know, all the municipalities. And so I was wondering if there's a particular reason, and I feel that's true whether it's recycling, not recycling, whatever the method is. The key is, what is it costing? And I was just wondering why looking at that's not explicitly included in the duties of this proposed commission.
I mean, I think if you review the policies, the economics will definitely come into it. It's just, I mean, I have to say when we did the 617 committee, one of the, I mean, if not the main reason that I introduced it was that the poor municipalities were really getting hit very hard with an increase in tipping fees. So, you know, I think the idea is to review some of this solid waste as a commodity in a way, separate the parts out and sell them for reuse, and then you can bring more money in. I mean, that's really what it's all about. And you know, if we can work with the state itself to save money and sort of coordinate the practices that I mentioned earlier, all in all, I mean, in the end, it's better for the environment, but it also should save all of us money. And I just have to add here, when we're talking about money and the state, our neighboring states are really focusing very strongly on the issue of solid waste. They're putting a lot of practices into place to avoid landfilling, and in fact, they're starting to shut down their landfills, and that really directly affects the state of New Hampshire because our tipping fees are less than Massachusetts. Massachusetts, I think, on average is $122 per ton. We average 80. And when towns in Massachusetts are looking to save some money, they can look right across the border and come to our landfills. So we just have a whole lot of things to look at, and I was just really concerned, and our study committee was concerned, that we actually hadn't looked at the executive branch practices.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Representative, Dover has a recycling program of sorts. and so does Portsmouth, and I imagine that virtually every other city does. So the question I have is, I wonder whether you think that the public, especially in the cities, has any idea of the reality that an awful lot of this stuff is not getting recycled at all. It's going right in the landfills.
Representative Schmidt, that's a very interesting question, but it's not relevant to state agencies.
Well, but the point is that I'm very supportive of the bill because I think that we're kidding ourselves if we think that it's not going to get dramatically worse very quickly if we don't do something. So, but I do wonder whether the public, I think there is a relevancy, Madam Chair, because I think if the public understood it, they would get up in arms about the idea that the effort that they're going to and the value that is inherent in this stuff is being trashed. So I think there is a connection, with all due respect, Madam Chair. But I'm supportive of the bill, of course.
Thank you for connecting it, Representative
Yeah,
Schmidt.
thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for coming here. I personally find landfills abhorrent. That's how we dumped trash 100 years ago, and we shouldn't be having them at all, period. My town, the folks I represent in Derry, our landfill is tapped out. We truck everything out. But we have a facility that was built for several $1 million to separate our recycling, and the Public Works Director tells us that a lot of it, because the cost benefit isn't there, it just ends up getting dumped. We don't even recycle glass in Derry because it's too expensive. It gets ground up and mixed into asphalt. So looking at this from what you're proposing at the state level, in your testimony you brought, that you passed out, you provided a state policy, right, that already exists in reference to
Yes.
you know, what the state should be doing. So it seems as though we have a policy. And on top of that, there has been a recent committee that you've referred to.
Our HB 617 study committee, correct?
Okay, how interestingly titled 617.
Yeah,
But-
actually.
My point is that with having a state policy that seems to be in place and having a recent committee already functioning, is it a little too soon to be convening another one? Or, you know, we have 200 committees right now.
Right.
Is there an existing committee that this mission can be brought to rather than forming a 201st committee?
That's a very good question. I chaired for 2 years a committee on committees, looking over all these committees and recommending repeal. But, you know, the primary problem that we focused on is the creation of committees that have an unlimited life term. So I'm glad you asked the question, actually, because I was going to get into this because of this other hat I was. You know, study committees, legislative study committees, they're 5 people, they're very short term, and if you have people that are really dedicated to delving into a particular topic, they can really do great things. The recycling study committee that I did, we got very deep, very fast. We had over 50 stakeholders. But as I mentioned, one of the things that we just really didn't have time to get into adequately was what the state does with its own waste. We do have statutes in place. It sounds to me from the performance audit that it's been difficult for the agency to really do as much as it should be able to do using those statutes. The other thing I would say is that the statutes haven't really been reviewed since their introduction, which, if I read the notes correctly, it's probably 2008. And again, in our region, a lot of states are analyzing their own executive branch practices to see if they can't do better. I mean, we do now have a diversion goal, and I agree with you, landfilling is pretty abhorrent. I would argue that our state should help, our state agencies should put together practices that help to achieve those goals. So I do think that this committee would be worthwhile. I can tell you that the Solid Waste Working Group that I'm chairing now, there's about 20 people. I don't really think that we're going to be looking at state agency practices.
Are there other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Ebel. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1274? Oh. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and we will resume at 10:30. right, it being 10:30, I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1171, and I call Representative Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1171, exempting certain niche beauty services from licensure requirements. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline and Mason in Hillsborough County, District 26. This bill exempts certain niche beauty services from occupational and shop licensure requirements. Niche beauty services are specialized services that are limited in scope, are inherently safe, and do not involve the use of potentially dangerous chemicals or tools. They are primarily learned outside of cosmetology schools and are commonly practiced by regular people every day in their homes. Niche beauty services covered in this bill include blow-dry styling of hair, eyelash extension application, makeup application, and threading. The problem that this bill addresses is that under current New Hampshire law, individuals who desire to provide niche beauty services to clients must spend thousands of dollars to attend cosmetology school. The average cosmetology program in New Hampshire costs over $19,000. They must also earn hundreds of educational credit hours. In New Hampshire, 1,500 educational hours are required for cosmetology licensure. For comparison, an EMT licensure requires a minimum of 150 educational hours, which is 1/10 of the cosmetology requirement. And these individuals must pay a $104 practical exam fee and an $88 written exam fee and $30 to obtain a new license. All of these expenses often lead to financial debt in order to attend a program to learn many skills that a niche beauty provider will unlikely use in their practice. Clearly, this is time-consuming, costly, and unnecessary. The solution that this bill provides is straightforward. First, this bill defines the limited scope of practice for niche beauty services to include blow-dry styling, eyelash extension application, makeup application, and threading. Second, this bill exempts these 4 specific niche beauty services from individual and facility license requirements. And third, this bill provides protections under the Consumer Protection Act. Lastly, I have an amendment to the bill. It is 2022-0507H. And that is in the handouts that I gave to you. The purpose of the amendment is to properly align the type of services provided under RSA 313-A:25 Roman 16 with the exemption of niche beauty services from occupational licensure. The language in section 16 on page 2, lines 31 through 32, is replaced by the amendment. In conclusion, this bill removes the red tape for individuals seeking to work in the niche beauty industry. This bill creates numerous job opportunities in New Hampshire by exempting these niche beauty services from licensure requirements. And this bill upholds the current laws for the practice of licensed barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetic professionals. That concludes my bill introduction. Madam Chair, I am happy to answer any questions at this time, if you allow.
Thank you very much, Representative Power. I will ask on behalf of Representative Schmidt that you submit your written testimony to the clerk for inclusion in the bill file. Are there any other questions for Representative Power? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for asking my perennial question. I'm wondering, Representative Power, whether current cosmetology practitioners, licensees and so forth, do they already provide any or all of these services?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So that would depend on the services that a particular licensed cosmetologist chooses to provide. Oftentimes, licensed cosmetologists decide to specialize in a certain service. For example, hair extensions. They typically, will not just solely focus on that. So additionally, what I would say is that it all depends. But to be clear, topics such as threading and eyelash extensions, it's not typically found in the required cosmetology curriculum. If a individual would like to provide those services to clients, they they will learn those skills outside of the curriculum that they take in cosmetology school. It's
Thank
an
you.
extra step.
One follow-up, Madam Chair. So I kind of know what some of these services are, but I have no idea what threading is. I'm on the wrong side of the dividing wall to know that.
Okay, so in general, threading is it's the hair removal by use of a cotton thread, by which the thread is wrapped around the individual hairs, and that is used to remove the hair. Additionally, on page 2 of the bill language, lines 8 through 11 is the statutory definition of threading, and you could refer to that.
Thank you.
Representative Groda?
Thank you. Representative Power, when eyelash extensions are used, does it not involve glue? I'm over here.
Okay.
Sorry. I
It's-
could see you
yes.
looking for me.
So the question was, does eyelash extension application involve the use of glue? The answer is that it does involve the use of an adhesive. And the adhesive is applied to the extension away from the client. Typically, it depends on the brand of the eyelash extension. It may be found in a pot on a ring that is placed on the provider's finger. The eyelash extension the end of it is dipped into that, and then it is applied to the client's eye. Alternatively, a glove may contain the adhesive. Similarly, procedure's the same. And additionally, I would add that the preparation of the client when doing eyelash extensions, the bottom eyelash is isolated and draped. There is a gel pad and a sticker that keeps that eyelash underneath the preparation. And also the upper eyelid is taped so that the eyelid will not open. So the eye is not exposed, the eyeball is not exposed. It's closed. And also the glue has a setup time of a half a second to a second. So there is very little chance that that's going to be an issue. And additionally, the application of the eyelash extension, it is applied to the eyelash and not to the skin.
Follow up, although that seems way too much information, but.
Right. I didn't mean it to be so complicated. I just wanted to make sure that, would you not consider an adhesive a chemical? It's a yes or no question, if you don't mind.
Yes, a lot of things are chemical. A solid substance is chemically based.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking questions on a topic that I am wholly unexperienced in. But what I am experienced in is my wife is a retail pharmacy manager who sells all kinds of things in the health and beauty world. The particular practices that you're outlining in this piece of legislation, are any or all or some of these something that people can buy at the retail level and do themselves?
And that is correct. For the most part, that is in fact correct. There are different, levels of products and lines that are offered, but to answer your question, yes, these are practices and procedures that we all do every day at home. And even our young, children engage in some of these beauty activities.
You have a follow-up, or?
Well,
Thank you. Are there any other
No.
questions? Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Power, for taking my question. Am I correct that the adhesive used for eyelash extensions is cyanoacrylic adhesive?
I can't attest to that for sure. I don't know the chemical composition of it offhand, but I'd be happy to look that up. And additionally, when I did my research, looking at different lines of eyelash extensions, the adhesive is formulated differently, and I could look that up. If you had a particular brand that you were interested in, we could look that up and get back to you.
My particular concern relates to the fact that in a former life, I was once asked to surgically reopen a child's eyes that were glued shut with cyanoacrylic adhesive. So I have a concern about that. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Representative Power. Representative Petrie?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Joe Petrie, Representative Joe Petrie, actually. I represent Stratford 2, which is Farmington. Nice to see you. And got a few things to say about this cosmetology business. 1 in 20 in the 1950s occupations were licensed. We now are down to 1 in 4, which is pretty astounding. In other words, you didn't really need much of a license to practice a lot of these things. Another thing, we're talking about money. I believe Representative Payer said that it cost about $19,000 to get an education for cosmetology. Now, I actually ran across an article. My wife's a hairdresser. She's been a hairdresser since 1965. And what happened when they started giving government loans, all right, it became a cash cow for these beauty schools. And this is, it's, matter of fact, in New York, they actually brought some people to trial, and some went to jail. That's not very good. New York, speaking of New York, the requirements there are 1,000 hours versus 1,500 in New Hampshire, which has been mentioned. That's, it's a bit excessive. These beauty schools, they actually, they do a lot of, obviously the kids have got to, the students have got to practice, so it's a revenue stream also, because people come off the street and they go to the beauty school and get their hair done. That's that's pretty bad. One other point I wanted to make was some of these requirements. All right, like I said, my wife has been a hairdresser for since 1965. She kept up her license. I mean, and sometimes you have a lapse in license. And one time we, you know, because she missed it, she might miss it a couple. I mean, it's not higher on our priority list. I mean, she's getting to be a young lady. She does my hair too. I hope you like it. But the fact is, if you let it lapse, you have to go through all these requirements again, you know, under 313A11. And that shouldn't be. Now, I think it's discretionary, because sometimes she's done it and they say, well, just pay the fee this time, and that's fine. And the reason is because when you go to some beauty supply places, you need to show a license, and they will not sell the product to you if you don't have a license. That to me is, you know, it's important, you know, to her. I mean, you know, she does, you know, if you can't read, I mean, that's the basic thing with cosmetology. You got to make sure that you read the perm or the whatever, and make sure that you have it right, because you can burn somebody's head and whatever. And but do you need 1,500 hours to do this, plus some apprenticeship after that? I mean, that's quite excessive. So hopefully you'll look with good light on this bill, and thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. The chair calls Drew Klein from the Josiah Bartlett Center. I'm sorry if I get your last name wrong. It's shocking. Thank you. Yep. You're gonna, and for those of you that are gonna testify, you really have to eat the microphone, otherwise the folks on YouTube are not gonna hear you.
Pushing the button. There we go. I let it go. All right. Thank you. I'm Drew Klein from the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. We're New Hampshire's free market think tank, and I'll try to sum up our analysis of this bill rather quickly. We think this bill would achieve two positive goals were it to pass. One is that by creating separate legal categories of niche beauty services that don't require expensive, time-consuming, and unnecessary licensure, we can expect this bill to lead to a flurry of entrepreneurship in New Hampshire. And I'm going to give you some examples. I don't know how many of you are familiar with blow-dry bars. These are, you know, a very hot beauty trend right now. It is a sort of semi-salon where you can come in and only get a wash, shampoo, blow-dry, a couple of, you know, quick beauty services. They do not do haircuts. It's not a full-service salon. So it's a very quick, short thing. Women use them a lot for weddings, going out on the weekends, special events, that kind of thing. To my knowledge, there are only 2 in New Hampshire right now. And one of the reasons is you have to have a full cosmetology license to offer these services. And that is, as a previous speaker mentioned, 1,500 hours of training. Massachusetts, by the way, requires only 1,000 hours of training to be a cosmetologist. So we require 1,500 hours of training, or 3,000 hours over 2 years, as serving under a licensed cosmetologist. There's a massive amount of training, much higher, 30% higher, 33% higher than Massachusetts. You have to go through that training just to open a blow-dry bar that would do shampoos and blow-dries. Some of them offer makeup application as well, so you do that there. That level of licensure and certification is just not necessary to offer these niche beauty services. All the niche beauty services that are covered in this bill would now, if this bill passes, be able to be provided without going through that massive level of additional training for services that these providers would never offer. So if you open a niche beauty service salon after this bill passes, You would not be allowed to provide the higher level training services that a cosmetology license requires. So by lowering that barrier to entry, we think you're going to see a lot more entrepreneurship in New Hampshire, a lot more small businesses pop up, not just blow dry salons, but all the other niche services, makeup application, for example. So, and I'll give you another example of another thing this bill does that hasn't been talked about. Most states have a list of exceptions to the cosmetology license for theatrical production and demonstration. So if you go to the Macy's in the mall, you see the ladies there offering makeup demonstrations. They, in New Hampshire, have to have a cosmetology license. In 40 other states, they do not. In Vermont, they do not. So every bordering state in New Hampshire has exemptions for some form of either demonstration of a makeup product or theatrical, television, studio, and modeling. So you wouldn't have to have a cosmetology license to put makeup on at the Palace Theater or, and this is a favorite pet peeve of mine, for the New Hampshire primary. When CNN comes and all the network television stations come, in New Hampshire, the people who put the makeup on there are not exempted from having a cosmetology license. So to put powder on a state senator to do a TV hit for C-SPAN, that person in New Hampshire is not exempted from the cosmetology license. In Vermont, they are. In Massachusetts, there's a special carve-out for demonstrators. In Maine, their exemption is almost identical to the one in this bill. So they carve out for theater, for demonstrations. So just to give you an example, if Bernie Sanders were to join a theatrical production in Burlington, Vermont, and get his makeup put on, he would not have to have a cosmetologist do it. But if he were to come to New Hampshire and run for president again and do a CNN hit from Manchester, he would have to have a cosmetologist put his powder on. I don't think there's anybody who could justify this from a public health or safety standpoint. So that's just one of the things that this bill would clean up, right? It would allow those exemptions, and we think that would be a good thing. So it would allow for an entrepreneurship. It would allow for more people to enter this profession, especially during the primary. I don't know how many of you do TV hits during the primary, but there's a shortage of makeup applicators during the primary, and this would help alleviate that. It would also bring the other effect that we think this would have is it would bring people out of the black market. So right now, to provide any of these services, you have to have a cosmetology license. Well, what do you think happens when you have this barrier that's about a $20,000 license, because you have to go to school for it and then you have to have all those hours of training? People do it on the side, right, to their friends and family in their neighborhood. They do these services, and that's outside. It's kind of an illicit market. So by removing those heavy license requirements, we think this would pull that into the light, and you'd have a lot more people trying to open up salons and do more legit businesses, and that would be a good thing for New Hampshire. And I'll conclude with that.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Klein, for taking my question. I hear that you looked at this issue. You said New Hampshire think tank, and you said there's I can't even say business skills. I get tongue-tied at times, but you know what I mean. Well, that's good, but what I'm more focused with is the worker, and I'll give you the focus that I'm talking about. You take somebody that did invest into cosmetology school and graduated, paid all that money, now tries to work in this type of business, would have to be working at a lower wage. So can you try to convince me that this is not an attempt to go against the education that some of these people really strive to get and replace them with a low-grade, single-focus type of worker? I mean, this seems to be an anti-labor type of movement that I'm seeing right now.
Thank you. No, I hear the question, and I don't see it that way, and I think that analysis is incorrect for a couple of reasons. For one is, this does not eliminate the cosmetology license. That remains a very valuable thing, right? So if you want to offer a full-service salon, you still have to get that cosmetology license. That is a separate level of services, and that is not going to go away. So this bill doesn't take away any service from the cosmetologist. Cosmetologists can still offer everything they offer now. all this bill does is take a small subset of services, like I said, the low-skilled services compared to a full cosmetology license. And I just want that relative low skill to be clear. They're not entirely low skill, but compared to a full cosmetologist, right? So it's simple things like the sponsor said. So washing and blow drying hair. So state licensure exists to protect public health and safety. If a particular service is lumped into a bigger license and there is no public health or safety need for that, then the state is doing the economy a disservice because it is making people pay a lot more and go into a certain license, to a certain licensed professional for something they don't need to, right? That licensed professional can still do that service, and if somebody values that and wants that, they can. But just for shampooing and haircutting and makeup application, if they only want those little things or eyebrow threading, right, they can go to somebody else and do it. So it actually doesn't hurt the cosmetologist because they can still do the full service, but it allows other people, particularly low-income women who offer a lot of these type of threading services, just like with hair braiding a few years ago, it really allows them a way to get into the field and make a living. And that's really what it's about.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Grota.
Thank you. What data do you have that women who would blow dry and wash and blow dry your hair at one of these establishments would provide that service at less money than a beauty salon?
Thank you. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. We're not saying that the services would necessarily cost less. I don't know what they would cost. That depends on the market. What we're saying is that there's no public health or safety justification for having these services tied to a cosmetology license because they're not unsafe to offer without that level of training. So I think you'd have to go look at what the blow dry bars are charging versus what the full salons are charging for these services to figure that out. I'm not saying necessarily it would reduce the price. It might. You introduce more competition. But the bigger effect is that it's going to open up entrepreneurship and opportunity for people, and that's what we really want to focus on.
Follow up?
Thank you. Mr. Klein, if the services are already available at an established, I have to say I don't really understand your flurry of entrepreneurial activity because there is an established market. These products are available at businesses now, and if there's an unknown price advantage, where would this flurry of entrepreneurial activity come from? By merely removing the license? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. So there are different types of services, right? So if you want to offer a full service salon, you have to pay $20,000 roughly for that cosmetology degree. You have to go to school. You have to get the training. What this bill would do is say for this small subset of services, these niche services that are defined in the bill, shampooing, conditioning, arranging, curling, blow drying, right? You will not need a whole cosmetology license for that. So what that will do is allow people to open more of these small niche salons. I mean, it's a basic economic concept. If you lower the cost of opening one of these salons, you're going to get more of those salons.
Follow up?
But you just told me a while back that you can't tell me that the price is going to be lower. So you see, we're going around and around and around. You're saying, okay, the license is costing a lot of money, and therefore people have to pay for that. So this is going to open up this market for people who don't have that license, but I can't. So it's going to be a lower cost, but I can't tell you how much lower the cost would be, or it's going to be. You see, you're sort of chasing your tail here.
Representative Grota, my interpretation, nope. My interpretation of what he's saying is it's not necessarily a lower cost for the consumer, it's a lower cost for the establishment of the business by the folks that wish to perform the practice.
That's correct. It may end up being a lower cost for the consumer. I'm not able to predict that right now, but what you're going to see is a lower cost to start the business, a vastly lower cost to start the business. So you're going to see more of these businesses pop up. Theoretically, you might see the costs come down for these wash and blow dry services, but I don't know that that'll be the case. We don't know how many people are going to enter the field.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Hearing a lot about up-and-coming niche salons and blow-dry salons and bars. There must be some statistics out there as to the surrounding states that don't require the licensing of these facilities, as to how many there are in Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine. Do you have that?
So the cosmetology license, I don't think the surrounding states have gone as far as this bill in separating that out. So what the surrounding states do is they have the exemption for makeup demonstration and for theatrical production makeup application. But to my knowledge, they still require the full licensure for all of the services that are under here. So if the sponsor might know better than me, but I think that's the case. So what we're saying with this bill is New Hampshire would be leading the pack in this field by separating these things out, these things that aren't necessary to have a full cosmetology license to offer.
Follow up.
But I want to go back to your statement that these blow-dry bars are new and up and coming, and that because of New Hampshire's law, we only have 2 where they are up and coming in other states. And I want you to expand on that and tell me how that data is confirmed and that this is factual.
So they're really popular in big states like Florida, New York, and California. So it's a fashionable trend, right? And so those things lag by the time you get up to New Hampshire. So what we're seeing is there is some interest in New Hampshire for opening these things, but so far right now, I did a Google search for them and I found only 2 in New Hampshire. And what we're saying is to open one, you might see a few others open in New Hampshire if we don't change this. But if we do change it, we're going to really open it up in New Hampshire and make it much easier to open these types of businesses and serve the customers who want this type of service.
Mr. Klein, I actually have a question for you. In your search of these types of establishments in other areas, what do they typically refer to themselves as far as, do they call themselves names that are similar to what you would find in a place that offers full cosmetology?
No, they call themselves dry bars or blow dry bars. The name of the business, in fact, there's a chain that's growing nationally, and I think it has the blow dry bars in its name, but they distinguish themselves on purpose from a regular salon. They want the customer to know before going in that they only offer limited services.
So none of these establishments call themselves salons in their titles that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen every single one, but typically they call themselves either blow dry bar or dry bar.
Do I have any other questions from the committee? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Klein, from what you said, there is a chain out there. Is the chain offered, that particular business chain, has offered any particular interest in New Hampshire in coming to construct this particular bill that we are hearing today?
I can't speak to the corporate chain. I don't know. I know there's at least one of the ones in New Hampshire, I believe, is a franchise of a chain, but I'm not gonna.
That's okay. If you don't have the answer, that's quite all right. All right, seeing no more questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony. Representative Rhodes, you're in the hot seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony today. For the record, my name is Jennifer Rhodes. I am the state representative for Cheshire District 15, representing Winchester, Richmond, Marlborough, Swansea, and Troy. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill for several reasons. One, I moved to New Hampshire. However, when I moved here, I did have a manager's license for cosmetology that unfortunately was no longer valid. The reasons for that was a lot of very unfortunate medical setbacks I had when I was pregnant with my daughter, which unfortunately prevented me from being able to continue working in the industry. When I moved here, however, I did not lose the skill that I had retained and honed while I was working in Pennsylvania. So let's say that I move here, and the next bill that we are going to hear talks about the reciprocity license or the requirements. However, it's not necessarily easy just to transfer your license. So having the skill that I had, I would say if I wanted to open up a dry bar and I was not doing any chemical services, I'm not coloring anybody's hair, I am not perming anybody's hair, I am simply offering beauty type services, which you can walk into Ulta and have done. They often have coupons for non-chemical services, right? So that would have allowed me to move here, be able to open up a business, be able to give back to my community, bring some funds into the state, and help people feel better about themselves. I would say it's pretty safe. It's a pretty safe assumption that there are probably several people that are sitting behind me that are either enrolled in cosmetology school or have recently finished. That if they feel that they have the skill that it takes to do some of these services and they don't have to pay upwards of $25,000 in order to do that, let them. It's their reputation on the line. It's their financials that are on the line. It's their livelihoods that are on the line. Whether or not they're going to testify to that, I don't know, but I'm willing to bet that there are several people out there that parents might say, instead of $25,000 for this particular education, I'm going to invest in you opening up this dry bar and see how it goes. The fact of the matter is, things evolve over time. That's why we have policies for online media, right? Things change. Things aren't like they were then. This is why all of these beauties, like Ulta offers beauty services, JCPenney offers beauty services. You can go into Rite Aid and get false eyelashes. You can be a child and put them on your eyes. With all respect to what the representative said, having to perform a service to have that taken care of, that's very unfortunate. But I would have to say if that was a child that did that, that was the parent's fault. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Representative Rhodes? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. The chair calls Jessica Petrois from the Institute for Justice. I hope I got that right. I did not. Okay.
Patois, Poitras, it all works. Thank you, though. Dear members of the Executive Department and Administrations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1171, which would create more jobs and opportunities for aspiring beauty entrepreneurs. My name is Jessica Patois, and I am Legislative Counsel with the Institute for Justice. The IJ is a national nonprofit organization that advocates for individual rights. For nearly 30 years, we have helped reform beauty industry laws in over 24 states through litigation and legislative efforts. We have also published the first of its kind report, Beauty School Debt and Dropouts, how state cosmetology licensing fails aspiring beauty workers, which details how state-mandated cosmetology programs are roadblocks rather than stepping stones for these professionals. New Hampshire is ripe with opportunity for beauty professionals, but current licensing laws shut people out of jobs. New Hampshire requires beauty professionals to have one of the three big licenses, which I think you all are familiar with: the cosmetology barber's license, the manicurist license, or an esthetician's license. Grouping all beauty services into one of these three overbroad licenses does not work for an industry that is based on creativity and evolving techniques. Outdated licensing requirements also force beauty professionals into time-consuming and costly traditional cosmetology programs, even though those programs do not teach services that these aspiring professionals would like to offer. Traditional cosmetology licensing laws prevent niche beauty professionals from entering the industry. As you all have heard today, the beauty services in this bill include blow-dry styling, eyelash extension application, makeup application, and threading. These services are different from the big three licenses because they do not use dangerous tools, chemicals, or dyes. They are limited in their scope of practice, and niche beauty professionals train outside of cosmetology programs through methods like private certification and cultural exchange. Most traditional cosmetology programs do not teach niche beauty services, and if they do, it's at a very rudimentary level. Even so, aspiring niche beauty professionals must complete the traditional cosmetology program as a requirement to licensure to provide these services. The average student in New Hampshire takes out, so you all have heard $19,000, $20,000 for overall cosmetology school, but $7,300 of federal student loan debt to complete their first program, and most students do not graduate on time. In 2016 and 2017, only about 19% of cosmetology students graduated on time. Their peers were forced to incur even more debt to finish their training and more time to finish that training. The result being that many niche beauty professionals work in underground economies where they face exploitation or they continue to incur insurmountable debt that also raises costs for consumers without giving those consumers any additional benefits. House Bill 1171 is a solution for aspiring beauty professionals based off of proven methods of reform that have created job opportunities. I encourage this committee to support House Bill 1171 for 3 reasons. First, niche beauty services are safe. Blow-dry styling, eyelash extension application, makeup application, and threading pose virtually no risk to consumers. Nationwide, there have been very few complaints filed with state boards of cosmetology about health and safety issues related to niche beauty services. When complaints are made, they're typically about the service provider's licensure rather than health and safety concerns. Second, most states already exempt niche beauty services from license requirements. As you're all familiar with and you've heard, New Hampshire exempts hair braiding, which is a form of hairstyling from cosmetology requirements. Over a dozen states exempt shampooing from licensure requirements. 5 states fully exempt blow-dry styling licensing requirements. 10 states exempt makeup application from cosmetology or esthetician licensing requirements. And most states also exempt, as you've heard, have exemptions for theater, television, movie, and radio and modeling purposes, or makeup counter demonstrations. 7 states exempt eyelash extension professionals from licensing requirements. And finally, 13 states exempt threaders from cosmetology and aesthetics licensing requirements. In several states, threading also falls into a regulatory gray area, so the number of states that do not require threaders to be licensed is actually greater than the states with full exemptions. Third, House Bill 1171 is a jobs bill. Last year, nearly half of American companies reported labor shortages. It's time to take common sense and proven measures to reduce known barriers to entry. Reducing licensing barriers for aspiring beauty professionals does just that. For example, after Minnesota passed its freelance hair and makeup licensing reform, there were nearly 1,000 bridal hair and makeup artists who were free to legitimately work without fear of enforcement. Additionally, House Bill 1171 mostly benefits lower to middle income women who do not have the time or money or resources to attend a traditional cosmetology program, but they have the training to provide those in-demand services. Finally, this bill allows citizens across the state to benefit from the wealth of new talent and techniques that are currently difficult to find. In conclusion, I encourage this committee to support House Bill 1171 so that aspiring beauty workers have every opportunity to thrive in New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just state your name again and who you're with?
Jessica Patois, Poitras, with the Institute for Justice.
And they're located?
We are headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, but we have offices across the country. Thank you.
Do you have written testimony for the committee by any chance?
I do not have it with me, but I'm happy to print it out and provide it before I leave today.
Fantastic, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. My last pink card will be Mr. Conley from AFP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for holding this hearing today. Just for the record, my name's Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity in New Hampshire. Here today to voice our support for HB 1171. I'll be brief. I don't want to be repetitive in respect of the committee's time, but as we've heard, this bill creates an exemption for the cosmetology license for styling hair, threading, makeup application, and eyelash extension application. All of these services are very low risk to the consumer since they do not involve cutting hair, coloring hair, or chemically altering hair in any way. Currently, granted staters that are wishing to open what's called a blow bar in New Hampshire would be required to go through the same requirements as those looking to open a salon or a barber shop, even though they only offer a very small fraction of those services and the least complicated of those services. This bill would simply recognize that this growing trend in cosmetology obviously does not pose the same level of threat to the consumer or risk to the consumer, and they do not provide the same level of services, and therefore should not have the same burden of licensure, especially when those, as I mentioned, those services do not pose a significant risk to the public. Even when it comes to eyelash extensions, as we've heard, this process is an adhesive is pre-applied, and then obviously I'm no expert in this, I'll make that joke, but I think when it comes to that, it is not actually taught in the school that's required to get the license. So if you're getting training, you're requiring training to get a license for a procedure that when you do acquire that license and you graduate from the training and you've completed all the steps, you've received no training in the procedure that you're looking to provide. Obviously, that's ridiculous and unnecessary, and we should look at passing this bill to exempt those services in those very specific areas of cosmetology. These were the same reasons, by the way. I see some committee members that have been around for quite some time. These were the same reasons that we exempted the hair braiding license from cosmetology back in 2017. It posed very little threat to the public, very little risk, and it allowed really low-income folks who may have been operating in black markets to come out into the light, start a business, create an industry. I can tell you just from the hair braiding license from 2017, a woman by the name of Sarah Dactor, who's a refugee in Manchester, was operating in a gray area of the law beforehand. She now has a very successful shop in Manchester and has been able to provide her kids to go into private school. She was able to move to Bedford, really provide a great thing for her community. So those are the folks that we're looking to address with this niche beauty bill, is allowing them to come out into the open, invest in their community, and have this business. So for those reasons, we urge the committee to move HB 1171 ought to pass, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And that will be our final pink card for House Bill 1171. If there's someone else that wishes to testify. For those in the audience that are unfamiliar, if you're here for this one or the next one, the procedure, if you wish to speak on a bill, is to fill out a pink card. Representative O'Brien is modeling those ever so eloquently right now.
I apologize about not knowing the pink slip rule, but I really appreciate your time and letting us have an opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Lambert, and I'm currently general manager at Empire Beauty Schools. We've been open for 58 years, and the founder, Norman Langlois, was a World War II veteran who really enjoyed seeing people enhance their lives. And when he started his schools after he had opened up salons from Florida all the way up to Maine. He was in the old malls, the Bradleys and some of those other big malls back in the day. And his goal was to create more successful stylists that knew about not only the fundamentals, but also guest service. And one of the representatives was talking about our clinics. The reason we do have clinics is so they can get practice. As everyone knows, they need practice to get better at their trade. And we do free haircuts for veterans year-round because of his World War II service. And our schools in Laconia, Hooksett, and Somersworth have graduated a lot of successful students. So I'm a big believer. Before I came to Empire Beauty Schools, I was a regional manager for Regis Corporation, and I ran salons from Boston all the way up to North Conway. And I got to witness a lot of the things we're talking about firsthand, some of the dangers in this industry. And I know they're not using bleach and chemicals to do shampoos and blow dries, but sanitation is a big part of our education. So I just want to read a few things I was thinking about in talking to you fine people. Licensure requirements are in place for the public's protection. That's number one. Requirements for licensure include proper training in these services, application, removal, product knowledge, and how to handle negative reactions. It is easy to spread infection if the person doing the service does not have the knowledge of infection control and sanitation procedures. Licensures ensures that the businesses performing these services are inspected and proper infection control procedures are followed. Public safety is the concern, and during the COVID pandemic, cosmetology is one of the most regulated industries because of the concern for the public welfare. As you remember on the news, a lot of the newscasters were going gray, and that was a major stress in a lot of them. Why would we be lessening this now with COVID going on? Licensure of these procedures ensures the board is able to take action if harm to the client occurs. Disciplinary action can take place if there is a negligence. If it is buyer beware, what is the recourse? The person can continue to harm the public without any consequences. And I heard one of the representatives talk about J.C. Penney's and Ulta. They are licensed in those locations as well. And, you know, when talking about the 1,500 hours, I ran salons in Massachusetts, and I can tell you the 1,000 hours they had was not enough, because I could tell the difference from a New Hampshire cosmetologist to a Massachusetts cosmetologist. And back then they had to have work under someone for X amount of time after they were licensed, where in New Hampshire they're ready to go on their own as soon as they graduate. So any questions? And this, by the way, is some of our great students here from our Hooksett campus, and they're getting ready to graduate with their instructor, Miss Kelly.
Well, thank you for bringing them so that they can experience a little bit of the process of how slow government works. Any questions, Representative Marsh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. One of the points made earlier was that there was not a significant amount of training in eyelash extensions in cosmetology school. Can you tell us what sort of training you do in your school for eyelash extensions?
Yes, thank you. So as far as eyelash extensions, it is a small portion of our curriculum, okay? And we currently are opening up an eyelash extension center that we're wrapping up completion on the building this week, actually. And they would have to come and get certified in that. Just like in our makeup, we have a makeup school, they have to get certified in that. But the cosmetology, aesthetics, or barber license helps them with sanitation practices. And they also look at skin disorders. And, you know, even when you're blow drying someone's hair, we teach them how to check their scalp. It's because if they have an infection, they have something on their skin, you want to make sure you don't harm that area. So as far as your question, they do have to get certified in that after they graduate from our program, but our program sets them up for success in that.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lambert, you stated that Massachusetts law requires 1,000 hours of training, but then after they complete that, they have to work under another licensee. Do you know for how long?
Sorry. it's been a few years since I ran Massachusetts salons, but it was a year, and they had different levels of stylist.
Follow-up. We heard testimony that New York State also requires 1,000 hours. Do you know anything about New York State? Do they have to work under a licensee after they complete that time also?
I apologize. I don't know anything about New York.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lambert, thank you for being here. So what is the current status of licensure in the state of New Hampshire in terms of how many licensed cosmetologists we have?
I apologize. Are you asking for the number of licensed cosmetologists in the state?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't have that number. I know on average we graduate over 300 a year, and this salon's opening up every day.
Maybe I can ask a follow-up. And
Sure.
We'll get at some of the information I'm interested in. So is there a shortage of cosmetology positions or services in the state of New Hampshire, or our schools and current practitioners, are they providing meeting the needs of the public?
Well, that's a great question. So I graduated from UMass Amherst, and when I was there, and I think currently with UNH, and I heard the comment cash cow, these colleges are the cash cows because there's not a lot of regulations on them. We are regulated to you wouldn't imagine the regulations we have, not just from the state, the Board of Education, but also NACIS, which is the National Accrediting Career Arts and Sciences. And they require us each year to follow our graduates and make sure that they're placed in a salon. We even have to show proof on social media in our documentation of this. So we have to have a minimum of 60% placed in salons or spas or barbershops. And we're always above that. We're always above that. And a lot of the times we can't find the students. They kind of fall off the planet after they graduate. So it's hard to get some on, make sure they are placed. But we do a really good job of connecting with businesses. And as far as the blow-dry bars, I do know there's a lady named Jody Donlin who has been to both our career fairs and called me recently. She's having an open house, and she's opening up one in Bedford, one in Nashua, one in Hudson, and they're opening up one in the Seacoast area in Dover. So the blow-dry bars are opening up, and it was a trend. And I apologize, I forget your name, sir. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein was talking about the trends, and that is a true statement. New Hampshire's usually a little bit behind the rest of the country as far as hair trends, so that's more the reason why it's coming to us last. Because when I was in Braintree, there was a blow-dry bar in the mall there, and it did fantastic, But this was probably 9 years ago, and now it's coming to New Hampshire more. But there's definitely no shortage, Representative.
Thank you. One more, Mr. Chairman. And the services that a blow-dry bar would provide, are they currently available at beauty salons?
Yes. In the salons I ran, we did blow dries, but what they're trying to do now is just specialize in blow drying in these establishments.
Thank you. I'll be checking them out soon.
All right.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lambert, these blow-dry bars that are opening, do you know, are they using licensed practitioners?
Yes, they are.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I do have a question. There's a pink card here from Akira Collier, indicating that you're representing Empire Beauty School. I understand. Okay, so
we also have Cheyenne over here as well, another student.
Thank you. So at this point, folks, just so that a lot of you understand the process, for those looking to speak on this bill moving forward, we ask that you bring testimony that's different than what we've heard already, rather than just kind of repeating what we've heard so far. So Ms. Collier, if you have something that you want to add, it's up to you. And also, too, for those of you that are just have an opinion one way or the other, the blue sheets are available over on the wall to register your opinion, where you don't necessarily have to speak if you don't want to, but you want to reference, your opinion one way or the other.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Bim. I'm a current student at Empire Beauty School. I am opposed to this bill. I'd like to just thank you all for your time firstly. I'd like to also add on to what our school representative, Mr. Matt, was saying. The 1,500 hours, it's more than just learning about cutting and coloring hair. We learn the anatomy of the whole human body. We learn the diseases that could affect the scalp and the skin and how to safely handle them. We learn what products are safe to use on these diseases. We learn so much more than just hair. We learn the chemical compounds in hair. We learn how to reshape them safely. We learn how to safely handle these chemicals, such as the ones in eyelash extensions. Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
We're all anxious.
I do think this poses a huge safety hazard against people who would like to seek these services. I mean, there's a science behind a shampoo, believe it or not. Whenever we shampoo your hair, we aren't just throwing some shampoo and conditioner in there and rinsing you out. We're thinking about the massage movements. We're analyzing your scalp, analyzing your hair. It's much more than just coming in and throwing something in your hair and calling it a day, you know? We're also trained and licensed and certified in barbicide. That's an EPA registered disinfectant. We use it on our brushes, we use it on our scissors, our combs, all of our equipment. And that's definitely something I'd be concerned about for people who are not licensed, is where will they receive all these certifications?
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Grota, and then Shuit.
Thank you. Could you kindly spell your name?
Oh, yes, it is Cheynne. Last name, Bihm.
Representative Shuit.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for bravely coming up and testifying.
Thank you so much.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. All right, Ms. Collier.
Hi, my name is Kira Collier, and I am here on the behalf of Empire Beauty School. I currently attend. I enrolled in November 2020, and I will be graduating April. I would just like to say it's not so much, I do oppose this bill because I will say in behalf of the eyelash extensions and removal, we do consider that adhesive a chemical. Whether you consider that the eyelashes are separated or blocked off or anything like that, it comes down to, I would say, I question all of you, if you took two strangers in front of you right now and you said you wanted to get eyelash extensions, or you wanted somebody to blow dry your hair, or you wanted anybody touching your body physically, are you going to lean towards the person that is licensed and certified to do these services, or are you going to trust somebody that has no license whatsoever to touch you? I also say with the eyelash extensions, you do go through further certification other than just your cosmetology license. You have to obtain that, or you go through your aesthetics program. But say somebody has an adverse reaction to that adhesive. Are you more comfortable having somebody who's certified and qualified to take it off and remove it and has a license to rely on for it, or are you going to just have like one of your friends that's not trained to do it? So say you have an allergic reaction. Do you want somebody that has a license that you can hold accountable for that, Or do you want whatsoever, who at the end of the day, you have no accountability from that person because, hey, you trusted me to do it, and I don't have a license to say that I am certified to do it. Personally, if I were to go to the hospital, the ER, with an allergic reaction to an adhesive or a burn on my scalp that was severe from somebody that was not licensed, I have nothing to hold that person accountable for injuring me or causing a reaction, whereas with a license, somebody can take that to law, like a lawsuit. And I would be more comfortable personally having somebody that I can be like, hey, you injured me, hey, you did this, and maybe they would get, in trouble for it, quote unquote. But I just think at the end of the day, I don't personally think it's going to create more jobs by letting more of these. And I think it's a personal decision for each and every student with me. We've all invested in and we have passion for it. And I think that at the end of the day, we go through all of this training. And as for other schools and other states requiring less hours and people thinking or attesting that the 1,500 hours is excessive. I started going to school. My first school I started with was not Empire Beauty School. I started going to Continental Beauty School in Hudson, and we had more than half of the girls that attended there with us were actually from Massachusetts, and they chose to go to a New Hampshire school because they believed that the 1,500 hours was better than just getting 1,000 hours. They felt more comfortable going to a school where they were required to have more hours in training than their hometowns of Massachusetts. If you have any other questions, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Ms. Cross?
Hi, my name is Kelly Cross. Kelly Marie is my formal name, but Kelly Cross. I'm Miss Kelly to these guys. I am an instructor with Empire Beauty Schools. I'm also licensed in the state of New Hampshire for so long that my license only has 3 numbers. I've been licensed in New Hampshire for 28 years, and I'm definitely opposed to this bill. I've worked in New Hampshire. I've moved to Ohio, and reciprocated there. Moved to California and reciprocated there. So I do have some experience elsewhere in the country. I think that the 1,500 hours that we have in this state is absolutely necessary. And it is the bare minimum that we have, or that we need to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish. And to be able to walk into a salon and be confident in knowing that we are able to take care of all of the issues that could potentially arise. Sorry, I just wrote I'm a little heated right now, so I'm going to try to keep my composure.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, thank you. I put my heart and soul into it for 28 years, and I take very great issue with anything that I feel threatens that. One of the issues that I wanted to bring up that no one has brought up so far as specifically the blow dry bars, is the tools that we use to blow dry and flat iron and curl hair. All of those, they can reach up to 450, 500 degrees. They can pose a safety risk for people. It would be very easy to burn people if you're not educated on how to use these tools properly. Also, knowing how to properly disinfect them and perform maintenance on these tools is something that we cover. As far as people wanting to offer these specialty services and just have these limited salons that offer niche services, in my opinion, this is very similar to a doctor who only wants to practice pediatrics or gynecology. He still has to go through and get his original MD license before he can become a specialist. And yes, it may be a different degree, but also we do cover a lot more than just blow drying your hair. I would challenge anyone in this room who is not experienced in doing hair to pick up a blow dryer and a curling iron and do what these guys can do. You're not going to be able to understand it or to do it. You very easily, you could burn somebody's hair off. You can burn their scalp to where their hair will never grow back. It's not something that's just like, oh, I'm just going to willy-nilly pick up a blow dryer and be able to perform this service on someone safely. As far as it being like a low-level skill set, again, I would challenge you to ask any of my students behind me whether they think that a proper blowout is a low-level skill set. It takes a lot of knowledge of the hair textures, varying different hair textures. Everyone in this room has a different hair texture that needs to be treated differently. And that if the service is not performed safely, it can cause lasting damage to your scalp and your hair if you're not trained on how to do these things properly. It's not as low level as some people might think that it is. The same thing with applying the eyelashes and the makeup. You know, these are different chemicals that we work with, even just down to a shampoo. Knowing which shampoo to use on people and recognizing allergic reactions is something that we train our students to do. There's a reason hair school takes 1,500 hours. We are, like one of my students was saying, you know, we do cover anatomy and physiology. We teach the children how to, or the students, excuse me, how to recognize allergic reactions that are happening, to recognize skin conditions, to safely avoid causing damage to their clients. As far as the eyelash adhesives being something that people can pick up in the drugstore and do at home, and children can do it, so is hair color. That doesn't mean it's safe, and that doesn't mean it shouldn't be regulated. Hair color, I can go to CVS right now and buy it and put it on myself. But that doesn't mean it's a safe thing for me to do, and it doesn't mean that it's not something that should be regulated. It can still be risky and dangerous, and it can still cause injury to someone, even if something as far as getting product in the eyes. I personally have known 3 people that have had their eyelashes glued shut and had to go to the emergency room and have it fixed for them. That's just my personal experience. I've known 3 people that that's happened to because it wasn't done properly by someone who is properly trained to do these things. As far as the business models, you know, looking for a less expensive option to the licensure, I would just say that if you are going to open a business in New Hampshire, the licensure required ought to be part of your business plan, and it ought to be incorporated into your business plan when you are accounting for the cost of opening that business. And if you cannot afford the cost of properly licensing the professionals that you work with, perhaps you should open a different business with less restrictions, or perhaps you should rethink your business model. So, sorry, I kind of jumped all over the place. I was writing notes as people were talking, but I'm happy to take any questions that you have for me.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be able to answer the question that I asked Mr. Lambert with regard to how many cosmetology licensees we currently have in New Hampshire?
I'm sorry, I do not know.
Representative Schmidt, I think the only person that's going to be able to answer that would be from OPLC. Right, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Ms. Haydel, if you have something different to offer than what we've heard already, please feel free. We are getting crunched for time here.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Haydel, and I'd like to thank you guys first and foremost for allowing me to speak. I am coming up here today because I do not agree with the passing of the bill. However, after listening to some very well points that have been made by others in support of the bill, I feel that, excuse me, I apologize. So I feel that by having an education in cosmetology, specifically blow drying and washing hair and everything, as other people have made the point that you've already heard, you have to have education on that to make sure there's no contraindications that occur to the client that you're taking care of. And also for the cultural and financial aspect, heavily agree with that as well. I do feel that the best option would be to have a certain type of certification that allows people to get the proper education for sanitation, because that's very important, especially nowadays with everything going around. But however, it is pricey. It is a pricey cost for tuition. But I feel that if people want to go into blow drying or doing eyelash extensions, that of course there should be a course for them to take, just to make sure that they're up and current with everything that is changing, because as you know, everything's changing in cosmetology. It's a very fast-paced, fast-moving career. So yes, that is my main points that I.
Well, thank you so much for coming before us. Does the committee have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to call John Brown from the Department of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, committee. I'm going to be very brief, and I'm going to speak to an issue that hasn't been addressed up to this point. My name's John Brown. I'm an attorney with the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the Attorney General's office. And I want to speak specifically about the portion of the proposed legislation that deals with the Consumer Protection Act. The Attorney General's office doesn't have any position on whether this legislation should be enacted or not. On behalf of the Bureau, I'm just raising a couple of issues that I'd like the board to consider. What I'm specifically referencing with the consumer protection language is Part 8 of the proposed statute, which has the title New Section, Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics, Reputation Protection.
Bottom of page 2.
Bottom of page 2, correct. And what this portion of the proposed legislation would do would essentially create a new statute within the Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics Practice Act. And just to read the language here, because that's what we're going to be talking about. Roman numeral 1, it shall be unlawful for any person to use an unfair or deceptive act or practice in the provision of any service authored under this chapter, or deceptive act or practice shall include the making, publishing, dissemination, circulation, aiding and abetting, or the encouraging of any making, publication, or dissemination of any oral or written statement that is false, disparaging, and intended to injure the reputation of a person licensed under this chapter. And then Roman numeral 2, any violation of paragraph 1 shall be subject to enforcement pursuant to RSA 358A4, which is part of the Consumer Protection Act. The first point that I'd like to make is that under that section of the Consumer Protection Act, which is the civil enforcement component of the Consumer Protection Act, it gives the attorney, that part of the act gives the Attorney General's office the authority to enforce the act civilly. I want to just reference the language in that particular part of the Consumer Protection Act, which is 358A4 Roman numeral 3. Whenever the Attorney General has reason to believe that trade or commerce declared unlawful by this chapter has been, is being, or is about to be conducted by any person, the Attorney General may bring an action, and it continues. The key language there is that the Attorney General has the authority to enforce violations of this chapter, which means the Consumer Protection Act. So what this, as it's worded, essentially the new statute is creating a new language, a new area of enforcement for the Attorney General's office that is outside of the Consumer Protection Act. So in a sense, the Consumer Protection Act is written so that it essentially can enforce the prohibited conduct that is listed in the Consumer Protection Act, and it doesn't necessarily include prohibited acts that are in other chapters, in this case, the Practice Act for the profession. So that's an issue that I just asked the board to consider. The second issue is that the Consumer Protection Act already has similar language to what's being proposed. RSA 358A2, which lists the unlawful acts, Roman numeral 8, is disparaging the goods, services, or business of another by false or misleading representation of fact. So that is similar, but not exactly the same as the proposed language. But it does create the issue of having sort of a redundant statute that essentially is prohibiting the same kind of conduct, but it also creates the additional problem of not being identical to the language of the Consumer Protection Act. So essentially we have the new legislation, which is sort of more expansive and not an exact mirror of what's in the Consumer Protection Act already. So that's the second issue that I asked the board, the committee to consider. Next, I just want to advise the committee that the Consumer Protection Act provides remedies, but there are other remedies outside the Consumer Protection Act for the kind of disparaging comments that the legislation is intended to prevent. There are civil actions for slander and libel that could solve the problem. But there is also, within the Practice Act, the board has disciplinary authority to discipline licensees for unprofessional conduct. And this kind of disparagement, making false statements about a competitor, that probably fits the definition of unprofessional conduct. So there are already tools available to address this conduct. The Consumer Protection Act is really primarily a tool for protecting consumers from unscrupulous businesses, not necessarily to protect businesses from each other. The Consumer Protection Bureau only learned of this legislation recently, so we did not have an opportunity to calculate what the impact would be if this legislation passed on our bureau. But at least in theory, if this part of the statute, of this proposed statute, were to pass, that could generate additional complaints, which would require additional expense and resources for us to address. That's the end of my comments. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So kind of a two-part question. The first is, if we were to pass this, but we remove Section 8, do you believe you would be able to deal with the sort of issues that Section 8 is intended to address?
I apologize. I think the Consumer Protection Act, as it's worded, does prohibit disparaging the goods or services or businesses of another by false or misleading representation of fact. And I think that is broad enough that it probably would cover most of the kinds of complaints that I would anticipate that could come in under this statute. And like I said, there are other options as well. Administratively, the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics does have the authority to enforce sanctions on licensees for misconduct, and I think this would fit unprofessional conduct.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
Given that, why are you concerned, that keeping Section 8 would cause additional work and expense if you're already in a position to deal with such complaints?
Well, there's no way for me to know whether or not there would be additional complaints, except that because there's an additional statute, it could be that someone looking at this statute and feeling that there was a violation might submit a complaint under this statute, whereas normally their other option would be filing it with our office under the Consumer Protection Act.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Attorney Brown, is reference to 541A missing here and should be in the bill?
Are you talking about the Administrative Procedures Act?
I am referring to that, yes.
I don't think so, because the Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics Practice Act, which is separate from the Administrative Procedures Act, does specifically prohibit unprofessional conduct and makes it subject to board discipline. I think I don't know that there's anything specifically in the Administrative Procedures Act that prohibits this conduct, but the Practice Act for that profession, I believe, does.
Representative Marsh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Brown, for coming before us. Attorneys sometimes write things that are hard to understand. But I want you to help me to understand this Section A here a little bit better. On line 6, it sounds like to me that this section specifically protects the reputation of people licensed. That means the people that are currently licensed to do cosmetology. But it doesn't offer any protection to people who are not licensed. That means the new people under this bill. Am I interpreting that correctly to think that the cosmetology licensed people could say disparaging remarks about the health and safety of all these new businesses that are being opened up with impunity under this section, but the other people would not be able to reply in kind?
It appears to me, the way that it's written, if I understand your question correctly, it appears that the way it's written, it says it shall be unlawful for any person to use an unfair or deceptive act or practice in the provision of any service. So my assumption is that those are people that are either licensed and providing a service or are engaged in a profession that's not licensed. But in this case, because it is specific to the Practice Act, I would assume that what it's referring to is the conduct of licensees.
Thank you. This continues to confuse me.
Okay. I apologize if I contributed to that.
Do we have any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. My final card is going to be from the representative from the OPLC, who can answer Representative Schmidt's dying question.
Good morning. My name is Rakia Medley. Rakia Medley. I am the administrator in the Division of Enforcement and the Chief of Compliance. I am here to say that OPLC does not take a position on this bill. However, the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics did take a vote, and they do oppose this bill. And I believe there were a few questions regarding numbers, so if I could be of any assistance for that, I'm here to answer those questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've asked several times the question, how many licensees do we currently have among the cosmetologists of New Hampshire?
The number of cosmetology licensees we have is just under 9,000, so 8,893.
9,000, you say?
Just under 9,000.
Just under 9,000, okay.
And that's just for cosmetologists.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for OPLC? Seeing none, thank you for coming and providing that for us. All right, with no other pink cards, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1171.
Mr. Lambert and Ms. Bim, please bring your pink cards to me. Mr. Lambert, I also need the one from Cheyenne. Okay, thank you.
All right, this hearing has run over. I'm going to continue with House Bill 1560, but I hope we can avoid repeating information that was provided for House Bill 1171. And we will be delaying the afternoon events, the afternoon festivities, because we'll have a late lunch. Opening the hearing on House Bill 1560, and I call Representative Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1560, relative to non-resident licensure by the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline and Mason in Hillsborough County, District 26. This bill modifies the requirements for a non-resident licensure by the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. The issue that this bill addresses is that under current New Hampshire law, out-of-state barbers, cosmetologists, and estheticians who have completed their education out of state, have obtained the required training hours, have passed the professional licensing exam, and currently hold a valid license, face significant barriers to be able to work in New Hampshire due to current laws and derived rules. These licensed professionals have met the standards and requirements of a state licensing body and have the credentials to provide services to consumers. The obstacle is that licensed beauty professionals who move to New Hampshire are currently prohibited from working in their field unless they successfully navigate onerous requirements in order for the state of New Hampshire to recognize their current out-of-state professional licenses. This is unnecessary and burdensome. This hinders individuals from working in our state, and this hurts our economy. The solution that this bill provides is simple. It amends current law to recognize out-of-state barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics licenses. Notably, this bill removes the red tape for beauty professionals who have a current beauty license from another state, streamlining the process. And it repeals vague, quote, substantially equivalent language in current statute. In conclusion, this bill applies only to licensed beauty professionals holding a current valid out-of-state license. This bill requires the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics to recognize out-of-state licenses without further requirements. This bill enables these already licensed professionals to be able to work in New Hampshire without delay, contributing to our economy. And lastly, this bill benefits workers, employers, and consumers by creating greater access to skilled labor and professionally licensed services in the Granite State. That concludes my bill introduction. Madam Chair, I am happy to answer any questions at this time if you allow.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, we would appreciate a copy of your written testimony. And I don't see any questions. This is a much simpler bill, thank you. Is Representative Petrie still here? He left. All right, thank you. We won't need him. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire District 15, Winchester, Richmond, Marlborough, Swansea, and Troy. As Representative Powers said, this bill is, I guess, a little bit opposite of the one we just heard. We are talking about people that do have a license from another state that wish to continue working in the profession that they've already been licensed in. When you move to the state of New Hampshire, which is mentioned, there are several obstacles that you have to overcome. Some of them are not the fault of the person that holds a licensee at all. As an example, if you attend a cosmetology school that closes, you don't have the ability to get the transcripts from that school that show that you went there. And that is one of the requirements that the state of New Hampshire currently has that you show in order to have reciprocity. Another obstacle is if you have a high school that closes. A lot of schools are forming regional school districts, therefore a lot of high schools are closing. If you're a person that just doesn't know what your high school diploma is, you may not have the ability to get a copy of your high school transcripts or your diploma to show that you have that. If you currently hold an actual current license from another state, your skills do not change when you move to the state of New Hampshire. You are not doing anything different here than you did in another state. As was mentioned, you still already have passed the test. You've already proven yourself. If you have a license and you are asked, if you have a family member that is being transferred and you come to the state of New Hampshire and you don't have the required hours that New Hampshire takes, you have to show proof that you worked in a salon for X amount of hours or show that you have these skills. But again, that's an unnecessary obstacle. When you graduate from school, you get your current license and you go work. They don't say, wait, you can't start working until you're an apprentice for so many hours. So I strongly recommend that the committee ought to pass this bill as presented, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm just substituting on this committee today, but I did hear your testimony in the previous bill, Representative Rhodes. And my first question is, are there states where the requirements are much less than they are here in New Hampshire? Or is ours, I mean, I guess I know I heard several times that there's a 1,500-hour requirement rather than 1,000, but is the cosmetology curriculum otherwise, is it significantly tougher, or is it about the same as other states?
The information that you're requesting is certainly available online. I did have a list at one time of all of the states and what they required. I would say that New Hampshire is probably somewhere in the middle of those. Some certainly require a lot more, some certainly require a lot less. The fact of the matter is the skill is still the same regardless of the state line, Representative.
Follow-up?
One follow-up.
Yes, so I know colleges and universities, when they shut down, are required to transfer their records to another institution as part of the shutdown process so that somebody can get their transcript. Is that, to your knowledge, not the same with professional schools, such as beauty schools?
I don't own a beauty school, Representative. I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Are there any other questions for Representative Rhodes? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Petrie, you're back with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for letting me testify here in front of the colleagues. To answer your question, 51 states have 50 states in D.C. have the requirements. The one, in my research, I found that New York was 1,000 hours versus our 1,500. I haven't seen any other or more than 1,500. Getting back to my wife, she went to school in Boston. She knew she was going to need 1,500 hours in New Hampshire, so she went that route. She worked a couple years in Massachusetts. When she transferred to New Hampshire, which is her home, she was required to take the practical and go all through the hoops to get, to get certified as a hairdresser or a beautician, cosmetologist, whatever you want to call her. And that's quite a load to have to go through that again, when you should be able to just transfer. When you get a driver's license in another state, you just come to the state, and if you've had one before, there you go. Just like, and another thing, I don't know, one thing I noticed come to mind, I see these nurses come in and do their nursing here during this pandemic here, matter of fact, recently. And I'm sure that they're, I don't know if it was waived or whatever, but that's pretty serious stuff. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Petrie. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony. Drew Klein.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'll be much shorter this time. Drew Klein from the Josiah Bartlett Center. So this bill it would strip the equivalency language under these licenses, and we think this language is subjective and not necessary. New Hampshire's in a pretty significant labor shortage right now. What we need are people to move here, and this bill would do that in a way that does not compromise health or safety in any way. And just to give you some other examples, really quickly, New Hampshire, for barbers, New Hampshire requires 800 hours of training in an approved school, or 1,600 hours under a licensed barber. That's actually very low compared to most other states. For barber licenses, we do very well. Vermont, Maine, and Mass require 1,000 hours. Connecticut and Rhode Island require 1,500. There are only a few states that have lower requirements. Oregon, for example, requires 746 hours of training. With the subjective language in there, making it substantially equivalent, it's not going to compromise the health or safety, in barbering. For cosmetology, the folks behind me will have more robust numbers, but we're not that far off. So it's not like we're lowering standards with this bill. What we're doing is just making it easier for people to immediately get into New Hampshire without additional hurdles. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Are there questions? Representative Sytek.
Mr. Klein, you said you're not lowering standards, but if the requirements are 1,500 here and 1,000 elsewhere, haven't you exactly done that, lowered the standards?
We don't think so, in the sense that the qualifications that you're doing with these hours are somewhat arbitrary. New Hampshire used to have a 2,000 hour license requirement for cosmetologists. Now we're down to 1,500. Mass has 1,000. Lots of other states have different numbers. And we haven't seen any data that actually shows a significant increase in public health or safety when you increase these hours a little bit. So we don't think there's any danger to the public, because you might have somebody come in from a state that has a few 100 hours less in training. We just haven't seen no relationship there between the number of hours and the actual quality of care you're getting.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jessica Poitras.
Good, what I believe is now afternoon, members of the Executive Departments and Administrative Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1560, which would allow the New Hampshire Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics to recognize more quickly out-of-state beauty industry professional licenses. All 50 states require cosmetologists, barbers, and estheticians to be licensed. Every state's beauty school curriculum, beauty practitioner skills and techniques, and beauty services are nearly identical. Despite those similarities, it is difficult to have an out-of-state beauty license recognized to be able to be recognized in New Hampshire. That's because New Hampshire requires out-of-state beauty license requirements to be substantially equivalent or higher than those of New Hampshire's license. The arbitrary recognition requirement restricts the mobility of licensees, which is a problem for beauty professionals and employers throughout the state. I encourage this committee to support House Bill 1560 because reducing licensing barriers creates more opportunities for the citizens of New Hampshire. First, licensing mobility is exceedingly important. Employers across the country are experiencing labor shortages. Making it easier for licensed beauty professionals to work by reducing barriers will allow employers to have a wider pool of potential applicants. Second, the substantially equivalent or higher than requirement is vague. It creates a chilling effect for potential beauty professionals who may have an interest in working in New Hampshire. Qualified beauty professionals may choose to not bring their skills to New Hampshire for fear of having to undergo additional costly and time-consuming training. Third, this bill helps to empower women. The largest group of beneficiaries of this bill are beauty professionals who have a spouse with a job that requires frequent interstate travel. Most beauty service professionals are women, and beauty service skills are easily transferable from state to state, making this industry an attractive choice for women who want to continue to support their families while also advancing their careers. However, the time that it takes to have this quality determination of a beauty license for these professionals means that these women are out of work because of needless bureaucracy, which leaves their careers to stagnate. This bill helps to get these women into work sooner to support their families and to continue to advance their careers. House Bill 1560 makes small changes to the law that will have large impacts on beauty professionals who may want to bring their skills, knowledge, and experience to benefit the New Hampshire's beauty industry. In conclusion, I would encourage this committee to support House Bill 1560 so that skilled beauty professionals can bring their talents and skills here. These individuals hold a current valid license and have been through beauty school, and they are ready and willing to work in the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking the question. We heard in earlier testimony that there are individuals coming to New Hampshire from Massachusetts for a 1,500-hour class when it's only 1,000 hours in Massachusetts. How would you state that that's overburdensome if they're coming here for the extra hours, knowing that they're getting a better education and better qualified to do what they're doing?
Well, so anecdotally, she shared that there are individuals who are coming from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, but we also can say that there are many individuals in Massachusetts who are undergoing the 1,000 hours of training. So it's really a personal choice, and if someone feels the need to spend that extra time and would like to spend that extra time to get that additional training, because not all beauty service professionals are the same, right? Some people do train outside of a traditional classroom, and so they want to train at a more advanced level. Some people need to continue to work on the foundational skills, and so maybe that's why those individuals are coming into New Hampshire to get that extra 500 hours of training. So I can't speak to exactly why every single individual chooses to come to New Hampshire, but it certainly is a personal choice. But we do know that states across the country are lowering their hours requirements, and beauty professionals are taking note and are excited about those opportunities because they choose and they don't want to spend a substantial amount of money on traditional cosmetology school training if they don't need to.
And just to follow up on, as we talk about Massachusetts, well, it's 1,000 hours. Is it not true that they also have to do some hours after that in the field? And do you know how many hours it is for training afterwards?
Yes, so statutorily in Massachusetts, there's only a 1,000-hour training requirement, but what you'll find across the country and with many beauty professionals is that they want to do additional training to learn their specialty skill. And so even though they graduate with this cosmetology degree and they have their license because that's what's required, they want to specialize in what they're doing. So they go and they get the makeup certification, they go and get the eyelash certification, and we're totally for that. We want everyone to be trained. We want you to feel very comfortable in your educational skills, in your education and the skills that you provide. It's just what we know is that the state mandated license requirement means very little to consumers, and it also is a huge barrier for professionals who want to get to work quickly.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Rhodes.
Did you state in your testimony that a majority of the women who could benefit from this license have husbands who do interstate travel?
Yes, that would be a large group of individuals who would be able to benefit from this bill. So if you're thinking of someone who's a spouse of someone in the military, they would be more quickly able to have their license recognized and be able to get to work more quickly here in New Hampshire if the bill were to be enacted. But there are other examples.
Follow-up? It seems rather a tiny portion of when you say a large portion, that doesn't ring true to me. Do you have data on that?
Representative Broda, she's
Sorry.
answered your question. Yes, that's, please don't argue with her.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Are there any other questions? I have one procedural question. Are you a paid lobbyist?
No. Well, I'm legislative counsel for the Institute for Justice, and I'm paid through them, but I'm not paid by any particular organization in New Hampshire.
Okay, we will look into whether that counts as a lobbyist, but thank you for your testimony.
Oh, I'm a registered lobbyist.
You are a registered lobbyist?
Yes, I am a registered lobbyist in the state.
Ah, okay, we just missed your orange badge.
Oh, today's my first time testifying here in New Hampshire, so I may have skipped where I am to pick
we're
up
used
the
to
badge.
seeing lobbyists having orange badge so we can tell them apart.
My apologies.
We know that they're not the prey, they're among the hunters.
I will get that badge. And,
Thank
be
you
sure to have
very
it the
much.
next
I
time I'm here.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1560? All right, not seeing any. I'm going to close the hearing, and I'm going to move the hearing on the 1 o'clock hearing from House Bill 1545, which is scheduled for 1 o'clock, to 1:25, because the sponsor just sent a note saying, we don't need this bill, please kill it. So I think we can do that in less than half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we will resume at 1:25 on House Bill 1545. These bills will be going to subcommittee. Good afternoon. Welcome back to ED&A. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 1545, and I call on Representative Goley to introduce it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, I will fill out a pink card when I'm done. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough 8, Manchester Ward 1, and here today to introduce House Bill 1545 relative to a state directory for film production. I believe the sponsor contacted the chair and also emailed committee members in regards to some correspondence they have had with the travel and tourism industry and their work on putting together some of the issues that were going to be addressed in this piece of legislation, such as film locations and how individuals could reach out to production crews or those that do work around the film industry. So with that being said and that being done, the sponsor has reached out and asked that we ITL this piece of legislation. So with that being said, unless you have any untechnical questions.
Well, I would hope after that clear explanation, I can't imagine there are any questions. So thank you, Representative Goley. What's that? As a matter of courtesy and respect, Representative Pearson, we will not ask him any irrelevant questions. I will say that I saw the email from Representative Wilhelm, and I also saw the response from Lori Hornoy, who is the Director of Travel and Tourism, and she pointed out where all the data is. And so the sponsors are happy. The DTT is already doing what they want, and so we don't need a bill to tell them otherwise. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Oh, sorry. My mistake. Closing the hearing on House Bill 1545, opening the hearing on House Bill 1287, and calling Representative Yokela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I brought before you today HB 1287 relative to proclaiming Sleep Awareness Month. As you are aware, I have for a number of years been trying to see how to address or have addressed daylight savings times issues and the ramifications of those issues, including the loss of sleep and the danger and the health effects of those loss of sleep. And a lot of the opposition to that legislation is that there should be a federal solution. And so what I'm proposing to you today is not only should we bring awareness about the dangers of the lack of sleep, because they are numerous in the literature, and also take the opportunity to request that our federal representatives address this issue post haste. And So I tried to do two birds kind of with one stone. As long as we're having days and months and weeks that we recognize and try and bring attention to issues, I think that sleep and the impact of it on health and safety is hard to understate based on the evidence that we have thus far. And I'm happy to point you to the National Sleep Foundation and other such places that house research on that if there is questions about the effects of how important the sleep can affect everything from diabetes to obesity to potentially even Alzheimer's and cancer. And so this is, I believe, a very important thing that we need broad awareness to. And I understand from conversations with committee members that they are not in super big favor of having days and weeks and proclamations and all of that. But as long as we're doing it, until we repeal all of that, I think that this topic is one that deserves the committee's attention. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sitek has a question.
Did I hear you say that it's hard to understate the importance of this?
Of sleep?
Yeah.
Yes.
It sounded like you said that, right? I can understate it very easily, but all right.
Thank you, Representative Sitek, for that useful comment. Other Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam
overstate,
Chairman.
sorry.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Does the National Sleep Foundation have a position on the adoption of Atlantic Standard Time or Permanent Daylight Savings Time or not?
Yes. So they actually are the ones, they launched back in 1998 a sleep awareness program, and they do suggest the adoption of a time which does not fluctuate throughout the year so that we can have the...
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Schuett and then...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, it seems that the major thrust of what you're doing here is to send a message to the U.S. Congress and Senate. I'm reading that language that you want the governor to address the issue to them. Why wouldn't you just introduce a resolution which would send a message from our whole legislature to the delegation, which seems to me a more proper way than putting something in statute?
Thank you for the question. As I stated, I think that bringing awareness to this issue is an important one in general, and also a proclamation or a House resolution getting sent to them would only be sent once. And if this was in statute as is suggested in law, it would be reiterated with every new person getting elected. They would be, as long as we're having this deleterious effect on our citizens and on our nation, that each one of those new representatives, as they get elected, should be aware that this is an issue that New Hampshire wants addressed by them, I think. Thank you.
Representative Feller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is closely related to that. My concern was the governor is you're telling the governor something he needs to do every year. And what if the governor doesn't agree with this?
Thank you for the question. We have multiple requirements for declarations of different days and different, like the governor just did a declaration of Black History Month, right? All of those things can be in statute also. Whether or not specific one is in statute, they are it's just another way of having the issue brought to the attention of people, especially in March when the daylight savings time is affecting them. It should be, front of mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that when we see the various types of legislation that's brought forward along these lines, they all have a tendency to state something similar in the sense of observe this month in an appropriate manner. Early on in the state's history, they would have the phrase celebratory gunfire. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff that used to come in here. But in all seriousness, though, observe the month in an appropriate manner to raise awareness. What do you envision that looks like?
From the governor's perspective, I think just a proclamation of that this is that the loss of sleep during the daylight savings time era is something that affects public safety as far as increased car crashes, increased heart attacks, increased work-related accidents. All of those things, could be done or mentioned inside of such a proclamation, and then people reading that would be able to research that information further and get more informed.
Can I have a follow-up? Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is really just about sleep issues connected with daylight savings time and not the overall concept of appropriate levels of sleep in general.
Thank you for the question. The reason that March is chosen is because of the specific of the loss of sleep that happens in that month, right? That does not mean that it is not important the rest of the year. It's just brought to a point because as a country, we are having a negative effect on our citizens at that point, and so it offers us the opportunity, while we're not actually fixing the problem, that we can suggest, hey, you might be mindful of you're going to lose sleep if you don't adjust your habits that over this weekend, maybe go to sleep an hour earlier so that you won't have these negative effects of the change of the time while you're sleeping, and therefore would help to decrease your amount of risk from damage from the time switching. And so I think it's a pinpoint in time that we should bring awareness to it, but it's a very, very big issue all the days of the year.
Thank you. Representative Shute, do you have a follow-up?
Sort of a new topic. I've been around this old planet quite a while, and I can remember the actual date of changing the times has changed. Changed dates, changed months. What happens if we decide that we're not going to do this until April and we have March in the law?
Thank you for the question. If we were to amend the statute that says the second week in March, then we would also be able to amend this bill, or this statute, technically. But generally, those changes actually are to the other time frame of trying to get it earlier. They're trying to expand it more into summer, is my understanding of those changes. And so I'm not sure that would come up, and hopefully it wouldn't come up. They would just fix the time and not try and change it again.
Thank you. That we all hope that this issue will be conquered at some point. Any other questions? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I know the speaker's in the way for me seeing you. I know this evolves around daylight savings time and the issue with that, but is it not true that tens of thousands of citizens travel on a daily basis outside of their time zone, whether it be one time zone or 2 or 3 time zones away, being deprived of sleep and their clock being put off on a regular basis?
Thank you for that question. And yes, the negative impacts are often referred to as jet lag, and that is the grogginess that someone feels when they are trying to reset their clock, their internal clock, based on this new, the new position on the Earth in relation to the sun. That is one of the negative effects. But if you're not getting enough sleep, in addition to the jet lag, you may have other health consequences also. So there's an opportunity to encourage people that are traveling into different time zones to sleep more, so that they can lessen those negative effects. Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Follow-up?
So wouldn't you agree that those traveling routinely are more at risk than a one-day change in time?
Thank you for the question. As I stated before, sleep is an issue all of the days of the year. And so if people don't have proper sleep schedule, whether they travel or not, it will negatively impact them and shorten their lifespan and also make them much more prone to disease and have a weaker immune system and all the different things. And so, yes, I think that people that travel a lot and have a hard time getting in a rhythm of proper sleep will be suffering the negative effects of lack of sleep. And in fact, I think there's only in the research, there's suggested as little as 3% of teenagers are getting the recommended number of hours of sleep, and it's not that much better for adults. So we all are harming ourselves, and it's having a significant impact on our longevity, our health, our safety. And so bringing awareness to this, it will help us have the opportunity to change our habits. And maybe even if you're traveling, then you would be able to maybe be more mindful of when you should sleep, so that you can get the proper amount of hours of sleep, so that your body can help repair itself as it is doing when you sleep. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. I believe this is drifting a bit. Representative Fellows, you have a question about the bill?
Thank you.
So my question is, while you probably remember that I don't agree with the daylight savings time thing, I certainly do agree that people should get a lot of sleep or the right amount, and it's a medical issue, because not having enough sleep in all the situations you've mentioned, plus others, can cause problems. But in terms of having a proclamation, are we going to have proclamations for every kind of behavior that carries a, a medical benefit to it? I mean, eat your vegetables, and I mean, we could go on and on. So I'm wondering how appropriate you feel this is as a proclamation related to health.
Thank you for the question. I do remember that you opposed the proposed changes from me about daylight savings time and suggested that it should be a federal issue. So I would hope that you would be supportive of asking the federal people to address it so that I would stop coming back to your committee. However,
Would all appreciate that, Representative Yokela.
thank you. However, as I was stating before, that the sleep is so fundamental and it has such an impact. It's even more important than diet and exercise because they don't have the effects that you're seeking if you don't have enough sleep to for your body to properly deal with the exercise and diet that you're trying to maintain. So as far as what the government should and should not be doing as far as recommending stuff, the government recommended the food chart, the pyramid, which is now found to be completely bogus and causing a lot of disease and diabetes because we're eating too many carbs, stuff like that. So I would be concerned about the government suggesting a bunch of things, but I don't think that this is suggesting it. It's just saying you should be educated on this because it's negative affecting your health. And so it's not prescribing that this is the solution like the food pyramid chart. It's saying, hey, this is an issue. You need to look at this and learn, educate yourself. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions relevant to the bill? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1287? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And does someone wish to make a motion on House Bill 1545? Representative Goley. Yes, we're going into executive session.
For this one. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will give Representative Sytek a moment to catch up, and then I will make a motion.
And I'll be happy to second whatever motion he makes.
Oh, you're taking a chance there.
I have full faith and confidence in Representative Goley's next move.
Now, this is bipartisanship. I like that.
I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1545.
I'll second that.
Is there a second? Representative Marsh. Okay, he got there first. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe during the introduction, I gave a good reason why the sponsors were looking for an inexpedient to legislate, that the Bureau of Travel and Tourism is currently collecting information going forward on what they were looking for. And as of right now, they're happy with what's going on and asked that the sponsor asked that this be inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
Yeah, I would just say that the specific piece of information is the Division of Travel and Tourism created a New Hampshire film database, which is exactly what the sponsors asked for. That makes the bill unnecessary.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Before we go any further, I'd like to introduce Representative Gomarlo. She's filling in for Representative Fontenot, and Representative Horrigan is with us again in place of Representative Judy. Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1545, and when ready, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gamarlo.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
We're too short, 17-0. ITL.
17 to 0. Is there any objection to consent? Okay.
I was hoping to do a floor speech on that.
Thank you, Representative Rhodes. We'll put you down as the person to speak on this if it's challenged.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Schuett?
yes, if there's time, I think we can dispose of one other bill. House Bill 1446, relative to the governing boards of recreational therapists and relative to the governing board of respiratory care practitioners, and I would move on to pass.
Okay, I think the time's just a little short for that. We've also got 2 people missing, and I told at least Representative Allegro that we wouldn't exec anything while he wasn't here. This, I think, he'll forgive.
While we're
Yes.
on, quickly, while we're on the topic of 1446, is there an amendment that's involved with this bill, or is this a straight up?
Not to my knowledge. We only heard a few people testify. No one was against it. There've been
Okay.
no signatures online opposed to it.
I just have a note in
pretty
reference to
simple,
transitionary
straightforward.
language, that's
Yeah.
all.
Well, why don't you look at your notes and see if an amendment is needed, because I don't really want to bring this one up just at this moment. Perhaps after one of the other bills this afternoon. They're pretty quiet.
What, Representative Pearson? Do we have a motion perhaps on House Bill 1444?
You know, you're absolutely right, I do.
Oh, yeah.
So the subcommittee, we can handle this in the time frame. The subcommittee met this morning on House Bill 1444, which is an early bill. We discussed a number of topics that range from licensing versus just simply registration. We found that there was some language within the bill that needed a better definition as far as some of the requirements. And we also found, looking through here, that this is another bill that wants to define what an inspector is going to be paid and not go through JCEC. So it was discussed within the committee that this would probably need to go to interim study, and that's the motion I'm making.
Okay. So your motion is interim study on House Bill 1444. Is there a second?
I'll second that, sorry.
Representative Grota, second. All right.
And Madam Chair, I brought this up because Representative Allegro is on our subcommittee and was part of that decision process.
He did, in fact, vote for the interim study?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Representative Marsh.
Yes, one other issue that you didn't mention was the issue of inspections. These are basically healthcare facilities, and OPLC would have to recreate the ability of HHS to inspect healthcare facilities. I did speak to HHS and floated the idea of would they be willing to contract with OPLC to perform those inspections for them. And they really don't want to do that. So that's another can of worms that needs to be addressed and would take
Yes.
considerable time to address.
Yes, Madam Chair. There were representatives from OPLC and HHS present in the subcommittee, and we absolutely addressed the jurisdictional boundary problem between the two of them as something that needed further investigation.
I see.
I thank you, just didn't mention that in your comments.
Yes, it's going to be a very busy subcommittee, I've got to say, or interim study committee. So I hope we will see what happens. Any further comments? Representative Lekis?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He was looking for someone to give them.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, in that case, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1444, and the clerk call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett? Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Grimarlo?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes?
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
17 to 0.
Okay, the motion passes 17 to 0. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. And Representative Pearson, I trust you've written your committee report.
You put your trust in the wrong place, but I'm going to get it to you super fast.
All right then, thank you. We're leaving executive session.
Oh, absolutely.
And Representative Pearson, I'm not sure that a month of celebratory gunfire would help with sleepaway, with the whole sleeping thing.
I concur. A full month of celebratory gunfire could result in a lot of different anxieties and blood pressures.
Current cost of ammunition.
Well, we got,
We don't have time.
yeah, I don't want to be doing this because we're outnumbered.
Do what?
The drug prescription, and I'm weakening on that, so we got to talk.
Fine, we'll have the hearing and then maybe we'll caucus. Allegro and Lanzar are both in other committees. They will be back.
Okay, all right, well.
being 1:30, oh, excuse me, 2 o'clock. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1443, and I call Representative Muse.
There we go. HB 1443 would proclaim the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. Since the start of the pandemic in 2020, there have been over 900,000 deaths in the United States and 2,260 deaths in the state of New Hampshire that have been attributed to the coronavirus. Nationally, it's been estimated that over 200,000 children have lost at least one parent. Here in New Hampshire, our death toll seems small by comparison to the staggering national numbers, but by springtime, our small state's COVID-19 death toll will likely equal or surpass the number of deaths that occurred during the bombing of Pearl Harbor. In our state and across the country, the elderly and the medically vulnerable have suffered greatly. Although people aged 70 and over have suffered just 7% of New Hampshire's total COVID-19 infections, this age group has comprised 45% of hospitalizations and 77% of New Hampshire's total coronavirus deaths. While younger people have generally been spared from the most serious symptoms, it shouldn't be forgotten that our state's youngest victim was only 9 years old. We also shouldn't forget the sacrifice of the 19 New Hampshire healthcare workers claimed by COVID-19 since March of 2020. COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day can be one of the days we remember not only the fathers, the mothers, the sons, the daughters, and the grandparents that we've lost, but also the many harsh lessons that COVID-19 has taught us. Lessons about the necessity for preparation, the importance of prevention, the essential role of scientists and public health professionals, and the need for excellence, transparency, and honesty in communication. While the pandemic has been a challenge that has brought out the worst in a few, it has brought out the best in many, many, many others. In New Hampshire, we have 28 special days, weeks, and months that we celebrate. We honor teachers with Teacher Appreciation Week. We honor our past with New Hampshire History Week. We set aside days on the calendar to honor the victims of 9/11, Gold Star and Blue Star mothers. We even have a day to honor the storybook character, Pollyanna of Littleton. HB 1443 is a way to create a present and future space for mourning, remembrance, and ongoing discussion. It's also a way to let the healthcare heroes in our hospitals know that we are grateful, to thank nursing home staff who, despite low pay and a shortage of PPE, stayed on the job protecting our most vulnerable residents, to acknowledge the essential workers who kept our economy going through the darkest days, and to remember the first responders, public healthcare workers, and citizen volunteers who did the work of getting the vaccine to people when they needed it. Passing this bill will send a message that New Hampshire and New Hampshire's leaders will not forget the people who were lost, the people who suffered, and the people who at great risk to themselves found ways to help others and to keep helping. And many of those people are still helping today. So I ask you to please give this bill and not to pass recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Muse. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is a question for the sponsor or for the chair. The bill calls for the governor to order the flag of the United States to have staff. Am I correct that only the president can do that? I think the governor only controls the state and state flag.
That's an excellent question. Does anyone know the answer? Representative O'Brien.
I assume that the governor does have the authority to lower the flag, but in further reference, there is a flag code that is referenced through the feds, that you'll be able to research that and validate your inquiry.
Thank you. Representative Muse, did you research that before you you wrote the bill?
I'm sorry?
Did you research that question when you were looking into this?
What I did do is I looked at some of the other statutes or some of the other days and basically mirrored that language. So if there's an issue with this bill, there's an issue with the language and some of the other things that we've already passed.
Thank you. That's
Thank
always
you.
a good thing to know.
Okay.
Any other questions? Representative Phelps?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell me why you selected this particular date, the first Monday in March? I'm just wondering if it aligned with a federal celebration or not celebration, recognition.
I think
or-
it syncs with the day, I think, that most of us realized that this was going to be a serious problem. I think, were meeting after that. I think we met during the first week in March, and we had that 20-hour session because we knew that there may not be another one for a long time based on the way that the illness was going. So March of 2020 is generally the time frame, I think, that has been accepted for the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States, and that's the reason for selecting March 1st.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Muse.
Thank you very much.
I call Representative Altshuler.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I beg your indulgence. I am, for the very first time, uploading my testimony into the file that you all apparently share. So hopefully you'll be able to see this. And so I didn't make copies. Save a tree. So thank you very much for your time today. Today, we are mourning. In fact, every day, we are mourning. New Hampshire has lost 2,260 citizens since March 3rd of 2020. It's been less than 2 years since this global pandemic has claimed 900,144 American lives. We've experienced national, statewide, community, and familial traumas due to the devastation of COVID-19. In our collective efforts to save lives, we have foregone some of the ways we traditionally mourn our dead. Funerals, celebrations of life, wakes, sitting Shiva, being together to honor those who have passed, have all been transformed by our collective efforts to stop the spread of this virus. A day of memorial is a formal and annual acknowledgement of the reality of that trauma. In 2015, the Funeral and Memorial Information Council commissioned a Harris poll of American adults over the age of 20 and found that 82% of those surveyed said that a service was helpful in paying tribute or to commemorating the life of a friend or a family member. And 72% of those surveyed believed that services of commemoration were an important part of that healing process. We honor those who have been taken in tragedy with memorials. It helps us heal. It helps us collectively grieve and collectively remember. Respectfully, I ask that you find House Bill 1443 ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Altshuler. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1443? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing on 1443.
Madam Chair, could we ask the sponsor and co-sponsor who spoke to provide their testimony to us in writing?
Representative Altshuler has, she's loaded, she says she's loaded it up to the file. Representative Muse appears to have copies. All right, welcome back. It being 2:30, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1173, and I call Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. I want to start out by referring to Sandown pretty quickly, or excuse me, Chester. Representative Ford is the primary sponsor of this bill. I'm not sure where he is right now, but he introduced on a warrant article last year the recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day to coincide with the UN Peoples Indigenous Day on August 9th, and that was overwhelmingly approved in the town of Chester. You may recall it from last year that the bill, as introduced, proposed putting Indigenous Peoples Day on the same day as Columbus Day. And I submitted an amendment last year to just say, let's go ahead and move Indigenous Peoples Day over to the UN Day. And this committee, I think it was this committee, approved that overwhelmingly. I think it is, because we've had this fight for so long about whether or not Columbus deserves to be part of our history. And if we could get rid of Columbus by overwriting that history with Indigenous Peoples Day, this was a way to kill two birds with one stone, I believe. And what I think would be a healthier thing for us to do is to give up on the intersectional wars and just recognize that American indigenous peoples, and in New Hampshire that would include the Abenaki, that if we are to respect them as we are to respect each other, that we would go ahead and designate a date of recognition for them and have it coincide with the UN Day. Now, in the UN, that day recognizes 460 million people around the world. That's a whole lot of people. And so I think this is a way, in a healthier way, to accomplish a couple things with one bill. We can finally end 4 or 5 years of fighting over whether or not we're going to have an Indigenous Peoples Day, because we can just acknowledge it and do it. And while doing that, we could recognize the United Nations effort. There aren't very many times where I support the United Nations in general, because I think they're poorly led and poorly organized, but this is one thing I think we could accept from that global entity. And I believe that's everything I think I should say at this point. I wasn't prepared to introduce the bill, but I'm happy to do so. If there are any questions, I'm also happy to take them.
Thank you, Representative Edwards. Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, welcome, Mr. Vice Chair. So where are the indigenous people on this bill? Because, as you know, they were not totally unanimous in their attitude about this the last time we tried it. And I don't see any of them here, and I haven't heard from any of them, so
Right.
I don't want to assume anything. Maybe you have heard something.
This is what I think I know, Representative Schmidt. Thank you for the question. What I think is that the representative who may be speaking after me has maintained, as I understand it, close contact with the Abenaki, and that based on the testimony we heard last year, I think that their official position would be that they would still want to keep it on Columbus Day. And I'm just saying, I love you. Let's figure out how to agree, and let's go ahead and give you your day, but let's make it with the UN and not continue to fight against what has become a celebration of Italian immigration to the United States. So that's a very long answer to I don't know.
I think you're probably right, but we ought to ask them.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative Edwards.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you much for the committee. It's actually somewhat unusual for someone who's sitting around the committee table to fill out the pink card and speak against, because normally we're supposed to save the negative comments for the executive session, but I'm just a substitute, so I'm just here for the day, so I probably won't be here when it's exec, whenever, I seem to be the only person who's come up to testify against the bill, but I have been, whether or not it's close contact, like for example, I was just checking a Facebook chain, so I did encourage people to upload their opposition to the website. I haven't checked to see how many did, but and I've supported and sponsored several bills related to Indigenous Peoples Day, including one just last year, which was tabled, as Representative Edwards correctly noted. And this day was the first Monday in October, which is the same day as the Columbus Day holiday. It's already being observed as Indigenous Peoples Day by the Native community and its allies, including myself. Officially celebrated, in many communities across New Hampshire, including my own hometown of Durham and our local school district, the Oyster River School District, who actually one of the first in the state to observe Indigenous Peoples Day in October. And this October celebration is very much specifically a celebration of the First Nations of what we now know as the United States of America. And I guess it is also specifically a repudiation of Christopher Columbus, and he's a historical figure about who symbolizes lots of things to lots of people. We actually don't know very much about him, but so August 9th, as Representative Edwards correctly noted, is the United Nations International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. It's a worthwhile but somewhat obscure observance. It's not a holiday anywhere. I don't think it's widely celebrated anywhere. It's really only one step up in significance from National Book Lovers Day or National Rice Pudding Day, which are also celebrated on August 9th. And actually, like many other people, I love books and I enjoy eating rice pudding, but those celebrations don't deserve to be a subject of a New Hampshire bill such as HB 1173, and in my opinion, the same goes for the UN International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. It's a bit of a cop-out, because the October celebration is very much about the Indigenous peoples of, United States and Canada, North America, so it's not about the Indigenous people in the rest of the world, even though they all have their own stories. If this bill passes, we'd also be breaking, the General Court would be breaking 75 years of practice and precedent. There is an unwritten rule, but it's been, I think, fairly unanimously, it's been quite faithfully followed, that all bills and resolutions which say good things about the UN should be killed. So please uphold this tradition by ITLing HB 1173, or alternatively amend it to the day which is actually celebrated here in New Hampshire, which is the first Monday in October, but I don't think the time is ripe for that, and that's, I'd be happy to answer any questions if you'd like.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Shewitt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, would you believe I was curious during my lunch break?
Yep.
And I checked the sign-ins on this bill as
Yeah.
of noon today. There were 4 supporters and 62 opposed.
That sounds about right. I would not be surprised, no. And I'll sign in opposition.
Are there any other questions for Representative Horrigan? Representative Pearson.
He didn't write the bill, so I have concerns in line 5 of the specific addressing of one Native American group without over that of others that are from the region. So
Yeah.
he's not the author.
Oh, I'm not here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The concern has been mentioned. Any other questions for Representative Horrigan? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I guess I do have some written testimony I can hand around, and I'll uploaded to the website before midnight, hopefully, too. Thanks.
Esma Aluni.
Can you hear me now? So I am with Rights and Democracy. I'm also here as a resident who lives in Concord, so a New Hampshire resident. I am here to speak against this bill, and I live in Concord, and my city just recently passed Indigenous Peoples Day, and I'm basically taking testimony that I gave there and then presenting it here to you all.
Day did they pick as Indigenous Peoples Day?
What is it called? Columbus Day. Yep. Which should
Thank
be,
you.
which I believe should be removed and not exist at all, and I'll tell you why. So the people we honor says a lot about who we are as a community and about the values we hold dear. Honoring a man like Columbus is neither good for Italian people, Indigenous people, or all of us in the state of New Hampshire. It is also a disservice to the students who are being lied to by sending messages that Columbus has done good. Why else would there be a holiday to be named after him? I think it's really important that as a community we change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day as a correction for past historical inaccuracies. As a Libyan American, I'd love to see the day when people like me are celebrated in this country. Unlike the Italians, who have been mostly accepted into mainstream American culture, we are oftentimes stigmatized and made fun of still. But if a Libyan participated in a violent act, the last thing I would want to do is associate my culture or my Libyan pride with the violence. Nor would I ever want a day associated with a violent history caused by someone from my culture to be used to celebrate us as a people, as that really does not make sense in logic. I believe we can move our communities towards healing past mistakes and teaching students and community members that the project of America was a messy one. And we must not run away from our past mistakes. We need to acknowledge them, and we can try to repair them. I am confident that we can do that as a community, so please do not pass this. We don't need another day. We can't be honoring violence. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1173? Obviously not. All right, in that case, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we have a few minutes before our next meeting.
Representative Lekis, do we think we have a motion on the bill that we?
Looks like everybody's back, so yes. Which bill? Okay, Representative Lekis moves to pass with amendment?
No, well, first I guess we have to do the amendment.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm moving we adopt Amendment 0487H to House Bill, I'll give the clerk a minute here.
Which bill?
The bill number is 1354.
Thank you.
The amendment is 0487H. And actually I have copies of it. I emailed it, but I think I didn't email it to everybody, but. Okay, great. Thank you. There's two for the clerk.
okay. Is there a second to this motion?
Representative Grota, you want a second?
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Madam Chair, who was the second?
Representative Grota.
Thank you.
So now we've all had our papers shuffled. Representative Lekis, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. There are a couple parts of this. One, which we're not changing, that if people recall, this allows a real estate broker who performs some service which their contract would provide them with deferred compensation over time, could continue to receive that compensation even after they were no longer active. But the amendment deals with the licensure, accepting licenses from other jurisdictions. And we had a discussion that there's, if you look on the original bill on the first page on line 27, there's a section that says this section applies to non-resident salesperson and broker applicants only. There was some discussion that that word wasn't needed and potentially caused problems, and so the amendment removes it. There was a mix in the bill of using the words taken and passed with regard to tests. And there were two places where it used taken, and those were changed to passed, because just taking a test doesn't necessarily mean much. And the last was changing the effective date from 60 to 90 days after passage, which came up at the hearing, and OPLC person said that it might be useful. And that's it.
Okay, are there any questions? Oh, actually, Representative Grote, do you wish to speak to your second?
I just want to say that that these changes were discussed during the hearing, and it seemed that the committee was in favor of them.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Representative Fellows, or comments?
This is a question, 'cause I don't really understand that last sentence. This section applies to, shall apply to.
If I could.
It seems to be.
Representative Lekis thinks he has an answer.
Okay.
There are, and maybe Representative Grote can help as well, but my understanding is that there are licenses with the same equivalent status currently licensed. Okay, so it's saying they're applying for a New Hampshire license, a real estate license, which is of a similar type as the one that they have in another jurisdiction type and status.
The point is that since it's a very small state, there may be people who live in New Hampshire who have been working in Massachusetts or Maine or Vermont, and now they want to get a New Hampshire license as well.
That makes sense to me. It just seems to be written backwards. You know, I would just think it would say something like, if the applicant qualifies in New Hampshire if he holds.
Yes, it could frequently be better written.
But it does say when they're applying for a New Hampshire license with the same equivalent status as currently licensed in the qualifying jurisdiction, so the jurisdiction where they have it existing.
I guess I would have said when they're applying.
Well, yeah,
when
when
their existing license is equivalent to the one they're applying for. But
that's
you
that's
take
what
it
it
to
says.
mean that. Okay.
That's what it says.
That's fine.
Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question, because I'm looking at my notes, and I have down that the recommended change was changing the word non-resident on line 27 to change it to recognition, because that was what they called it, and I just want to question the members of the subcommittee if that was deemed okay the way they wrote it without this word recognition in there.
Yeah, there was some further discussion, I think, either at or after the original hearing and the subcommittee, and some email that we exchanged, and that taking the word out fixed the problem, and that's.
Recognition was in regard to a different portion.
Well, that section is recognition for licensure.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't necessary and
If I may.
could cause confusion, was the conclusion.
Thank you.
It
Representative
was
Shu?
referring to line 27 on the
That's
original
right.
bill, and I believe it was Representative Fellows who said, I think during the hearing, that you could just take that whole word out, that it wasn't needed.
That's, I recalled something like that, yeah. But it was discussed, I know.
Other questions? Representative Sajak.
This is not to do with this, but since it's executive session, has anybody noticed the quality of OLS seems to be not what it used to be? So many of these
Yes,
are being...
thank you, Representative. We don't have time for that today, but. Yes. Any other questions or comments, concerns? Okay, then the motion is to adopt Amendment 0487H to House Bill 1354, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gomarlo.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
You stepped out.
I've stepped out. And the chair.
Yes.
16, no.
Count.
Yeah, better. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 18 to 0.
Okay, the motion passes 18 to 0. Representative Lekis, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass as amended, or with amendment, on House Bill 1354.
Second.
Okay, by Representative Lekis, this one's seconded by Representative Groda. Any further comment or question?
I
Did Groda
think that,
second that?
She was louder and faster.
I think the prior discussion covered it, unless someone has questions.
Okay. Is there any discussion, comments, questions? Well, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1354, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gomarlo.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
18 to 0. Will not
All
to
right, the
pass.
motion passes 18 to 0. Is there any objection to consent?
Who
Okay,
finally-
seeing none, we'll put it on consent.
Who finally seconded?
Rhodes.
Rhodes. Okay.
Representative O'Brien back. Okay, we've got a full house.
Want to do the pension?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, sure. I'm lost my
We have I have some scheduling updates for you. Next, we have hearings next Monday and Tuesday. In fact, on what's that? Actually, on Monday, we have one hearing in the morning, and on Tuesday, we have 3 hearings in the afternoon, and those are the last of our first committee bills. Yay, verily. So that and then we'll have an executive session toward the end of the month, or possibly even the first week of March. The deadline is March 10th. Subcommittees are free to schedule whenever you like. I would suggest starting sooner rather than later, because it's quite possible we'll be getting some second committee bills and bills from the Senate. In fact, they just passed a whole slug of them last week. So plan your workload. I'm only expecting to have one formal executive session toward the end of February or early March. And yes, Representative Shewitt.
Yes, Madam Chair, do you have any kind of a feeling as to how many second committee House bills we are likely to get?
No, and so that my recommendation, if you see a licensing bill or coming from another committee, you vote against it. That way we won't get it. And they have to pass the House.
Thank you for that advice.
They have to pass the House to come to us. We'll undoubtedly get some, but I have no idea how many. Being 3 o'clock, I open the public hearing on a non-germane amendment to House Bill 1566. Representative Lekes.
Thank you. I'm Representative Lekes, Hillsborough 37, representing the towns of Hudson and Pelham. And I'm introducing Amendment 0375H to House Bill 1566. What this amendment does is very simple. It repeals RSA 126-BB, which in effect eliminates the Prescription Drug Advisory Board. And bringing this amendment forward for, also this was heard before a subcommittee, and the subcommittee voted to support the amendment 3-2. So a little bit of history on how the Prescription Drug Advisory Board came to be. It was created by the 2020 bill, House Bill 1280, and that bill came to the House as a straightforward bill dealing with co-payments for insulin. However, when it came back from the Senate, it had been turned into an omnibus bill, including, I think it was at least 7 different topics. And while the House just did a concur, I mean, there was no committee of conference or anything, just a straight concur with the Senate version, that year, the bill had no public hearing in the House. It was not considered by any House committee, so the House did not have an opportunity to give this complicated bill proper consideration. I think there's a number of issues with the board. The board has the power to basically, in effect, engage in fixing prices for prescription drugs purchased by public payers. I mean, they don't set the price, but if they're not satisfied with the price they get, they can make such drugs unavailable through a public payer, thereby prohibiting patients from receiving drugs that their doctors consider best for them, or at least they won't get paid for. The board is charged with it's given the power to create a database with a range of information on prescription drugs, pricing, and other things. And it can require payers, providers, prescription drug manufacturers, wholesale drug distributors, pharmacy benefit managers, and others to provide that information. And not only can the board require those entities to provide the data, the board's then empowered to sell that data, which I thought was kind of interesting. The board also has the power to assess fees from many entities related to prescription drugs. The information I got said there's approximately 1,700 entities subject to a $500 fee, and other entities can be assessed a fee of not less than $100. The total effect of what these are in effect taxes the board will collect is estimated, I've seen between $850,000 and $1.2 million, and some have said it could reach up to $2 million. And the bill would create a non-lapsing dedicated fund for this money that the board raise and spend without oversight by, legislature, fiscal committee, governor and council, or anybody else. And the other one is the board is permitted to meet and deliberate in secret, because the statute exempts them from the requirements of RSA 91A, except that any decision of the board shall be made made public once they made their decision, but not the process. And neither the board nor the advisory council, which is an advisory to the board, are permitted to have any representatives from drug, producers, providers, who could represent their views to the board. And then there's a further question of, is the board actually necessary? And it turns out the Departments of Insurance and Health and Human Services have been collecting very similar prescription drug data for over a decade. And the Department of Administrative Services is currently authorized to conduct a reverse auction process to achieve lower prescription drug prices for health insurance plans administered by the state. And DAS has already successfully done so. I actually got a call back from the Director, Commissioner Charlie Arlinghouse, about what they've been doing in this area. And they've been very active in working to keep prescription drug prices down. They're monitoring what's going on in other states. Even in cases where they're not doing reverse auctions, they are putting these out to bid, and they have gotten certainly lower prices as a result. And they're doing a variety of things around purchasing and bidding to, reduce the cost to the state of the prescription drugs for these programs. So I see problems with how the board was created, the powers the board has, and I don't believe it's actually necessary, which is why I'm proposing to abolish the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Lekis? Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Lekis, for taking my question. As you and I both know, this language originally began in Senate Bill 687, and as we also know, Governor Sununu issued a press release on March 11, 2020, in which he stated this bill will create a drug affordability board in New Hampshire to monitor changes in the cost of prescription drugs, to keep the industry honest, and to keep an eye on prices to prevent price spikes. Often, many of the challenges in healthcare can start to be addressed through greater transparency in pricing. That transparency brings scrutiny and accountability as to why the cost of a particular drug is high or higher than similar drugs. I look forward to signing this bill into law. Given that that was the statement Governor Sununu made about this language, I'm wondering what Governor Sununu's opinion of your amendment is.
You would have to ask the governor. I cannot speak for him.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Horrigan?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Representative Lekis. I was peeking at the docket for the bill. So the Senate passed it and sent it over the wall, which in that case was 35 miles wide, because they're meeting here, Reps Hall, we're meeting. Yes. So what? And then when next time we met, we approved the conference committee report. So what should we have done differently back then? And the conference committee report, passed with a very broad bipartisan margin. But so, what should we have done?
Representative Horrigan, one thing we should have done was reject this bill, because our rules forbid us from accepting from the other body, as part of the committee of conference procedure, a new fee that has not had a hearing in the House.
Okay.
And these fees certainly qualify.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative Lekis. Representative Leishman?
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Peter Leishman. I represent Hillsborough 24, which is Peterborough. So I can't really add much more than the sponsors of the amendment from Hudson just spoke to, but as the chair knows, I'm very much a process person, and when the request came to the fiscal committee several weeks back for the authorization to have some funding for an executive director and so forth, I did a little digging, because I really hadn't paid much attention to this particular board until it came to, if you will, my headlights. And when I learned that it never had the proper hearing in the House, that fees were established without a thorough House review, I learned of the representative's amendment just a day or two ago, and I thought I should come and at least support that amendment, because this is totally contrary to the feelings I've always had as far as a real public review of any legislation, whether it be fees or a new board. So that's why I'm here to support the amendment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Sherman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Senator Tom Sherman, District 24 along the Seacoast. I wanted to talk just a little bit about the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I was prime sponsor of the bill that introduced it. I was approached by AARP and New Futures and others to see if we could do this in the state of New Hampshire. This is something that's not new. It's already enacted in Maine and Maryland. And I think the point of the bill was part of actually 3 bills at the time. That one would have been the reverse auction bill that the sponsor of the amendment mentioned. So that was also part of that omnibus bill, as was the bill that allowed us to do reimportation of pharmaceuticals from Canada. The reason behind these bills is that one of the biggest costs to patients, I'm a physician, so to patients and to the state has to do with prescription drugs. So what the PDAB, or Prescription Drug Affordability, by the way, the word is Affordability Board, the goal there is to make the state as smart a consumer as possible. It doesn't regulate which medicines are available, but it looks at, and if you look at in the RSA, if you look at the powers and duties of the board, first of all, and I think this is very important, the board shall identify strategies that optimize spending by public payers, that's us, for pharmaceutical products while reasonably ensuring subscriber access. That's to make sure the drugs are available to people who need them, to needed pharmaceutical products. The second point is that the board shall determine spending targets on specific prescription drugs that may cause affordability challenges to enrollees in a public payer health plan. The board shall determine which public payers are likely to exceed the spending targets determined under the paragraph, and then they make recommendations. None of this tries to control pricing. That is just not true. We can't. That's interstate commerce, and it's prohibited by the Constitution. So what do we do? Well, first of all, the bill passed in the Senate by virtually a unanimous bipartisan vote. The members of the board include Senator Carson, several physicians, governor appointees, and it's a bipartisan board. The bill that was brought to you, 1566, was really to address some housekeeping items that have come up as ones that we need to really look at in terms of attracting leadership or the executive director of the board. The goal of the board is to optimize the cost to the state by understanding the prescription drug environment, our utilization as a public payer, and how to decrease state costs. There's nothing surreptitious about this, and literally the board has spent 20, 30 hours in meeting time to try to get started or more. And one of the other points that was made was that all this, or a lot of this, is being done in secret. That is not true. The only portions of this that can be done in secret are actually to protect the pharmaceuticals, because some of the information that they're providing is proprietary. So we have developed a way that they can send us the proprietary information, and then that we can meet without any public disclosure, because to do so would actually be to give away their trade secrets, which we're very protective of, and that's the way the state is. So I think part of the drive of this, and I understand Representative Leishman's concerns about due process or the process that was done, and yours as well, Madam Chair, but I would ask you to look at the merits of what the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is trying to do, which is decrease state costs. We don't have any impact on pricing. We don't have any impact on how a drug is marketed. We don't have any impact on whether or not they can market it, whether they can give rebates, any of those. What we do have the ability to do as a board is to understand all of that environment the best as we can so that the state has the lowest prescription drug pricing and costs as possible, while still having that availability and accessibility. So I hope, understanding that there were process issues because of the pandemic, that we can find a way to move forward with the amendment, with the original bill and the housekeeping items that were in that bill, And again, not destroy all the work that's been done to date, and also make sure that we can go ahead as the state which is one of the largest consumers, if not the largest consumer of prescription drugs in the state of New Hampshire, that we can be as smart as possible in this very complex environment. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Rhoda, and then
Thank you. Senator Sherman, it was indicated in previous testimony that the Department of Health and Human Services is already collecting similar data. Can you comment on how that data collection would differ from what the board is doing?
Right. What HHS collects data on Medicaid patients and prescription drug utilization by Medicaid patients. That's not what this board is designed to look at. What this board is trying to look at is other systems that are utilizing this, such as state employees and others that are funded through the state or through benefits provided by the state.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you were listening, I'm sure, intently when Representative Marsh read the governor's statement in support of the Affordability Board. Representative Leishman's privacy concerns or process concerns are obviously things that we as House members have some responsibility to adhere to, but the governor has a say in this process as well. Do we know whether the governor has taken a position on this amendment?
I thank you for the question. By the way, I also was a House member, so I get it. I was in the House from 2012 to 2016. And when I was a House member, I was also fiercely defending the rights of the House. But I will remind the House members that this was something that could have been concurred with or not concurred with. And it was concurred with. And if there was a problem with that, I'd much rather go back, look at the issues that might have been raised rather than really throwing out so much work that's been done on this. To answer your question, the governor signed in support of the original bill, and I'm sure he will be surprised since he has representatives on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I think he would be surprised that people are trying to take away something that is very likely not only to improve access, but also decrease costs to the state.
Thank you for that answer. I would like to caution the committee that speculating on the motives of other people is not an appropriate question. It's been done twice, and I will not let it happen again. If anyone has actually received a communication from the governor saying, I support this amendment or I'm opposed to this amendment, that's a fact and we'll be glad to hear it, but I will not listen to any more speculation on that. Thank you.
And I will not speculate on that in the future as well. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Lakis, correct.
Thank you. Well, as I stated, I agree with you that the board doesn't have the power to do price fixing. What I was referring to is in 126 BB5 in the RSAs, Roman 3. There's a couple of pieces in here. The board has the power changing a formulary when sufficient rebates cannot be secured under subparagraph A, and prohibiting health insurance carriers in the state administering benefits for a public payer from offering on their formularies prescription drugs when the method described above is implemented. So, is it not, do you disagree that in effect makes drugs where they can't get the price they want unavailable?
Actually, they don't have the power to. If you read the paragraph above that, under paragraph 3, what it says is, while continuing to ensure adequate access by subscribers to needed prescribed pharmaceutical products, the board shall determine whether the following methods reduce costs to individuals purchasing prescription drugs through a public payer and allow public payers to meet the spending targets established under paragraph 1. It's not saying that the board can actually do that. It's saying, and it's written right here, it's saying the board shall determine whether the following methods reduce costs. It doesn't say the board shall do this. It can make a recommendation, but it doesn't tell them what to do and what not to do. And I think that's one of the misunderstandings of what this board is not a regulatory body. This board is an information gathering body so that the state payers can be as smart as possible. And then if the state payers have higher costs than one might anticipate based on this increased knowledge that the board has, then it can identify those and go back and talk with the state payers. It would be similar if I prescribe something to a patient. I have patients who go, they know exactly what the drug is, they know what the generics are, they know whether there's a rebate form attached to it. They do all of the research on their own, and it's not easy. If you've ever been a patient and you've been prescribed a drug, it's not easy to know what's available and what's not available. There are coupons, there are plastic cards, there are discount cards, there are all sorts of cards. This makes the state that smart patient. And that smart patient saves a lot of money when it comes to prescription drugs. I can prescribe a drug called Remicade that can cost a patient $5,000, $6,000 for that drug. They can get the generic for $2,000. The administration of the drug could cost another $2,000 to $3,000. But the smart patient goes and works with their insurance company or whoever it is to make sure the delivery method is as low cost as possible. Exact same formulation and does the same thing, but thousands of dollars cheaper. So what we're suggesting by taking away the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, which by the way does not use any state funds, it's not a tax. We have many fees. We have park fees. We have many fees out there. This uses fees to be as smart as possible to save the state money. That's what this is about. It's about making the state a smart patient, just like my smart patients are saving multiple thousands of dollars when they know exactly how to use a prescription properly and how to get the best drug.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Representative Goldie and then Fellow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this question would probably be addressed to you, if I may. The original bill we had dealt with a subject matter that pertained to eDNA, dealing with classified and unclassified positions. The non-germane amendment we have before us now, I believe, pertains to subject matter that should be in front of Health and Human Services Committee, not eDNA. And as we talk about process, we are once again in a process of subject matter before this committee that we tend to not delve into. And I know it's a second committee, but I don't think Health and Human Services is a second committee to send this to.
No, but it is possible for the second committee to be changed. I know that House Bill 1288, which we exec earlier, was not an early bill until we attached the non-germane amendment, and now it's going to finance. I agree with you that this bill should, were we to pass the amendment and pass the bill, go on to Health and Human Services rather than finance. Representative Fellows.
Well, the reason I'm asking this question is because I'm not a person who's familiar with this subject, and that's why it's so difficult for me to understand. But my question is, the public payers that are covered by whatever information this board might come up with includes places like towns and school districts also. And the way you've just described it, somehow is the objective that somehow they can see that information, or to understand that they're going to prescribe in their insurance company in coverage to that the generic is better than the other, or why don't doctors have access to this information? So they prescribe the generic to begin with. Just how is this going to work?
So that's a great question, and I would love it if you wanted to come to one of our meetings. This is so complicated. Prescription drug pricing, prescription drug coupons. I mean, we've had bills here in front of the House and over in front of the Senate for years trying to figure out, how do we do this? And the answer is, it's complicated. It takes a hugely dedicated effort to really understand this environment. I would wager that many of us in the medical profession don't fully understand how prescription drug pricing works. And we've had actually lectures on the board. I sit on the board. I'm not chair, but I sit on the board. And it's been eye-opening for me. And to think that patients have to go through this to figure out how to save money is mind-boggling. So what this does, and one of the things you hit on, which is really important, this isn't likely to just save state money. This is likely to decrease property taxes. So the sponsor of the repeal, I hope he will understand that the smarter you get as a patient, how you pick your doctor. You know, how many people go to get a colonoscopy and know that a good I'm a gastroenterologist. We follow how good I am at doing colonoscopies. We follow what's called adenoma detection rate, which is how often the polyps I remove have a precancerous cell in them. Did you know that only 2 GI groups in the entire state do that? And one of them is Dartmouth, which is a great program. We follow how often or how long it takes a doctor to pull the colonoscope out of the colon. Because the data shows that if it's under 6 minutes, they're not spending enough time in your colon and they're going to miss colon cancers. Did you know that? Do you ask your GI doc when you go in for your screening colonoscopy, what's your adenoma detection rate? And, you know, what's your scope withdrawal time? No. This is even more complicated. The state, whether it's Department of Health and Human Services, which has no designated program to do that analysis, although we tried a long time ago, the Department of Insurance has no designated program to do that analysis, nor do they have the capacity. And Department of Administrative Services, their reverse auction was in the same bill that you all concurred with. And it's being touted as a great bill. So the point I'm making is this is really complicated. The benefit to the state, this is not going to hurt patients, or I guarantee you the physicians that were helping with this would not be supporting it, because that's my first priority is my patients. But what it does is it makes the state a smarter consumer, lowers state costs, that's the goal, lowers municipal costs, and that translates into lower property taxes. So I appreciate the question. The answer is this will have a huge impact if you think of what proportion of our state cost goes towards prescription drugs and our municipal costs. It's huge.
Thank you. One short follow-up, yeah.
So one of my questions is, does every state have to do this on their own because the costs are different from state to state?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was a short answer.
Appreciated. Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Senator Sherman, for coming before us today. I ask this as a true informational question because I don't know the answer. As you know, I'm also a retired physician, but I retired 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, when I was doing electronic prescribing, which was newer then than it is now, there was no data presented to your doctor as to the cost of the various alternative medicines that they could prescribe. So there was really no way for a physician to do what Representative Fellows said, that is to compare the cost of alternative modes of treatment. Has anything been done to increase transparency to physicians in the interim time?
Not in my experience.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Grota.
I think it's going to be short. So when you're buying a table, there's a supply chain that you can analyze. And you can analyze how much the raw materials are, how much it costs to make the table, how much it costs to paint the table, how much it costs to sell the table to a Walmart, or there are costs associated with along the way, that supply chain. So is there a similar supply chain for pharmaceuticals, or is that analogy inappropriate?
It's complicated. There is a supply chain, but for the same medication, it could go through multiple different routes with multiple different levels of pricing. Whether it's wholesalers, PBMs, insurance companies. So the short answer is yes, but remember, one of the things that the board has access to, because it has that confidentiality component, is it has access to the supply chain on the proprietary side. So that's why it's so important to have the board, because DHHS can't even have access to that proprietary information. Department of Insurance can't necessarily have access to that proprietary information, but this board can. And it can't change the prices, it can't change the coupons, it can't change any of that. This is not anything standing in the way of free market. This is standing in the setting of a smart consumer being able to fully understand the market and then make their purchases as wisely as possible.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I work for the City of Manchester, and the City of Manchester, being self-insured, has a substantial vested interest in keeping their costs down as a municipality. And one of the programs that they offer is something called the Smart Shopper, which you may or may not be familiar with.
I am.
But okay. So in that, what that does is that incentivizes me as an end user to potentially go with a lower cost option, and I'm subsequently rewarded for potential choices that fall under that. Okay. And I'm in an HSA, and that I'm paying it anyway, and that benefits me as well. Is there anything going on in this world similar to Smart Shopper when it comes to prescription drugs, where people can say, hey, I got a chart, if I get it at Rite Aid versus, Joe's online versus whatever, where I am now steered towards solving my problem of the filling a prescription I need, but also doing it in a way where I can utilize the free market economy and choose the lowest cost. Does that exist like anywhere, like it does for Smart Shopper for mammography or those various things?
So what you last said about mammography, there is something. The New Hampshire Insurance Department has a New Hampshire Health Cost website, which, by the way, Tyler Brannon developed on his own, and it has won national awards. and it uses utilization data to actually figure out what the actual costs are to the patient, so that if you needed a colonoscopy, you could go to that website and it would tell you, where in the state. That's for procedures and x-rays and things like that. And there's a code attached to those. So it's really pretty easy for them to say, okay, for this code, what are all the prices around the state? And Tyler's, amazing work just here in New Hampshire. But I don't know of anything on the prescription drug side that has that kind of affordability, or remember the complexity of it is there are, as I mentioned, there are cards, discount cards, there are rebate systems. So you almost don't know until you have the prescription in hand what all your options are. And there's no great, sort of one-stop shopping like Smart Shopper where you can do that for a prescription drug.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that leading to consumer savings, right? Because I don't really care who trucked it, and I guess I care that you bought it at Rite Aid, but I'll plug my wife's employer here. But the particulars of that are irrelevant to me, right? I'm just the guy that's got to pay and buy this. I got to fill this prescription.
Exactly.
So is that type of end consumer benefit part of what this board would ever be involved in, or is that an end goal of this board, or how does that even tie into this board's world in any way?
The short answer is my belief is no, because this is really focused on the state and the state costs. Could a similar board be constructed to do what you're describing? I'm not sure you could, unless it were federal legislation or something in a much broader scale. I just don't know how somebody could get access to all that data.
Representative Pearson, you might ask your insurance company, because I know mine does that. They say if you buy this drug at Walmart, it's one price. If you buy it at Rite Aid, this is what the price is.
Right. If I could just add to that, the insurance company is a great reference for this. But if you are uninsured, one thing about the New Hampshire health cost website is that it has both insured and uninsured costs on it. So it really depends on your insurance. And everybody's insurance benefit is different, and the insurance companies might contract with a different PBM, or they might have their own internal PBM. That's why it's so hard to do with prescription drugs. And really, that's the environment that this board is trying to understand on behalf of the state.
Representative Goley, did you have a question?
Just a real brief question, if I may. I don't know if the doctor can answer this or not, but is there instances out there where those consumers that don't have insurance can actually get a cheaper product than what a pharmacy may be charging an insurance company for the same product?
Typically, those without insurance, I can go one-on-one to a pharmaceutical and say, I need this for this patient, and there will be compassionate care protocols within that company to get it either for free or at a sharp discount, if that's what you're asking. For me, my experience has always been one-on-one. So if I have a patient who can't afford it, doesn't have insurance, I will go to the pharmaceutical and see if we can get it on a compassionate level or some kind of, all of the pharmaceuticals have patient assistance programs.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Merchant?
waiting for the, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative, I believe that we are ready for you. Thank you for your patience.
And thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant. I represent Sullivan County, District 4, which is Ward 2 in Claremont, New Hampshire. And also for the record, I chair the Prescription Drug Affordability Board here in New Hampshire. I come before you today to oppose amending 1566, which would repeal 126 BB, the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Prior to serving on the New Hampshire House of Representatives, I served on the New Hampshire Board of Pharmacy for 10 years, the last 2 years as president of the board. Many of my 40-plus years as a pharmacist were spent working in this complex, complicated, non-transparent pharmacy supply chain. Attached is an overview of the various entities within the pharmacy supply chain. If you look at the diagram, what I want to point out to you folks collectively, it's not straightforward. If you want to look at the flow of the dollar, it's different than the flow of the drug itself. There are many players that are involved with the pricing of the prescription drug, from the manufacturer to the PBM, the wholesaler, as well as the pharmacy and the insurance company themselves. Because of the complexity of what we have before you, it took me 30 some odd years to begin to really understand this and who the players are. And I mean it with all sincerity. I worked with Dartmouth Hitchcock in the pharmaceutical supply chain with over $250 million a year in contracts. This is a complex area, and if you don't know how to navigate it, you're going to have a problem because you're going to basically have the issue of buyer beware. So if you don't have an educated buyer before you, whether it be a hospital, which I represented at that time, or a patient, the system is stacked against them. There's too many parts to it that truly are not transparent. To give you another example, a recent report by the Berkeley Research Group showed in 2023, 67% of the gross expenditures of branded prescription drugs went to the manufacturer. 67%, folks. In 2020, that's now down to less than 50%. That's a 25% decrease the manufacturers are taking in on their bottom line to pay for their cost of services. The other one I showed to you is the one from Lilly. We always talk about insulin. I thought this was important to the committee. If you look at the graph in 2016, the list price, which is what we base the price to the patients on, was $246 for a vial of insulin. 5 years later, it increased to $275 for that vial. However, the net price to the manufacturer went from $59 down to $50. So I would ask this committee, along with what we're trying to do here at the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, what is going on? Why are drug prices paid by patients increasing while net prices to manufacturers are decreasing? Where is the money going? The legislation passed in 2020 was to try to help the state navigate these charted waters, to bring transparency to the system for the state. Another study, which was produced in 2018 by the University of Southern California, showed, if you look back at the numbers, that the patients overpaid on their prescriptions 23% of the time. 23% of the time, by almost $8. Why? I don't have the answer, but the goal of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is to find the answers, to help the patients, to help the state navigate this complex system. In regards to a couple of things we talked about before, there is no pricing authority in this. The U.S. Constitution Commerce Clause prohibits states from setting pricing. In regards to the confidentiality, as Senator Sherman said, a lot of the data we're trying to obtain from them to better understand what is going on is predicated upon proprietary data that needs to remain confidential. And therefore, it needs to remain in that capacity. To invite other members to the board to have a vested interest in what we're doing would be counterproductive. No one would share with the board the information if they have representation from other competing entities within the supply chain, including pharma, PBMs, and so forth. In regards to the dollars that we're talking about, the initial estimate we had before the board was 1,700 entities. That came from the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. That was based upon a permit they issue to wholesalers, manufacturers, brokers, virtual manufacturers, and so forth. There was no breakout by entity which one was which. After going to the Hampshire Department of Medicaid, we were able to get a cleaner list of actual manufacturers, which once we took care of the duplicates, was less than 500. There's probably another 100 or maybe less of wholesalers, so the total that we're looking for is probably 600. So the number we're looking for, which went to fiscal committee, was 300,000 to 350,000, not 850,000 to 1.2 million. To give you a feel for how this is so non-transparent, in January of this year, the Attorney General's office settled with Centene, which is a PBM, which operates our Medicaid managed care organization. Do you have any clue what they settled for? $21 million. In 2021, the same company settled with Ohio for over $88 million. Where's the money going, folks? As Senator Sherman said, and also I think Representative Marsh said, Governor Sununu released a statement after it passed the Senate that this is probably one of the ways to bring greater accountability and greater transparency to an opaque system, to help the state fundamentally be sure it's getting as much of its savings as it possibly can. If we don't know how it works, we don't understand the mechanism, the levers behind it, how is the state going to maximize its opportunity to save money? Without that information, that's just the state itself. But think about it this way too. We're all policymakers. Don't we want to have accurate information before us to make correct policy decisions? Without the information, without that knowledge, how do we do that? So I leave you with this. The journey from the manufacturer to the patient passes through many entities by a complicated, complex, non-transparent path, often to the detriment of the patient and the public payers. Our primary goal of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is to bring greater transparency on the pricing of prescription drugs to ensure that the state of New Hampshire and other public payers save valuable healthcare dollars for both the government and for the patients. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions? Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My question regards this chart that you handed out. Am I correct that this is the slide that we used at the Prescription Drug Affordability Board to describe the pharmaceutical supply chain, as Representative Grote asked earlier, and that we spent several hours trying to understand this particular supply chain at the Prescription Drug Affordability Board?
Representative Marsh, that is absolutely right. This is the chart we reviewed. It's the chart I've spent 30 years of my life trying to understand, and quite frankly, I think I've got it, but I'm telling you now, I don't think I totally understand it. And that's after 30 years of looking at it.
I thank you.
Are there other questions? Thank you. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown, and I'm not here today to be a subject matter expert. You've heard a lot of testimony from people who know this subject a lot better than I have. So what am I going to do? I'm going to tell you my experience with this affordability board and sort of my reactions to it, and hope that in some way you can relate to my kind of human experience. I'm a member of the Joint Fiscal Committee, and it is in our most recent fiscal committee meeting that we saw a proposal to authorize transfers of funds so that the affordability board could have, I believe it was $350,000. And during that presentation, the DHHS individual who was presenting the proposal actually knew very little about the proposal and is going to come back with additional information. But the things that just jumped out to me was getting the affordability board going. They were not at all clear on what their cash flow situation was going to be. And to me, as a person who's managed operations, I think understanding your cash flow is a good indication of understanding what you're doing. And the expert from DHHS could not explain it. They talked about needing to hire an executive director, but it wasn't clear what that process would be like. They wanted to make sure they could start collecting fees, and if you're a person paying a fee, it feels like a tax. So the semantics around fees are not taxes, and that fees represent no cost to the government. I hope we understand what's really going on. When you collect a new fee to the business that's paying the fee, that feels like a tax. And those taxes would be fees. I'll stick to the official word because I think the point is clear that there's very little real distinction of importance between a fee and a tax, but it's a fee. I would say that those fees are coming from the industry from which this affordability board wants to find ways to reduce their prices. And I just think as a common sense sort of thing, you don't initiate an increase in a supplier's price structure and then say, good, now you can reduce your prices. If you increase their costs, you're increasing their prices. That's the way things work. And so we've heard today a bunch of potential benefits to the state to include reduction of property taxes, Okay, so I would just simply say that the benefits that are being promised are theoretical, and what we know is real is they want to add to our supply system at least a $350,000 a year set of tax fees, excuse me. So let's go to some other good government principles. The House did not hear the details of this. We didn't get a chance to work through it. The other House did an omnibus bill. I personally hate omnibus bills. I think every bill needs to be looked at. I think the other House looks at us as the body that has more people and more time to do the deep dive on things. And we've had a tremendous number of questions, both in the Joint Fiscal Committee and as I'm hearing today, about what the real impact of this bill, this board would be. I would just point out that in law, we have the New Hampshire Prescription Drug Competitive Marketplace, Section 21-I-96, and in it, the purpose and intent is to optimize prescription drug savings by the state of New Hampshire. This is what we heard earlier from the representative from Hudson, that Mr. Arlinghouse has already done some work in and has already produced a reverse auction. Please don't ask me what a reverse auction is. I'm not prepared to answer that. But it's one of the key tools also being used by the affordability bill. So there's a level of redundancy that I think exists in the affordability bill, that affordability board bill that I think really deserves to have the House do a deep dive before we really authorize this thing to crank up. Because the general statement that we're going to grow government, we're going to increase taxes, and we're going to come up with nirvana at the other end of it just sounds to me to be a little optimistic. It's also noteworthy that they're able to collect their fees and change their fees and waive their fees outside of the legislature. And one of the things I think the legislature should guard jealously is our ability to control the purse strings. And so we've set up this board that can operate very autonomously with a lot of secrecy, and it isn't really clear to me where we would get the accountability. So I would suggest that we go ahead and, or you go ahead, please, let me correct that. You go ahead and seriously consider Representative Lekas's amendment, because I do think that this affordability board was built in the dark of night as far as the House was concerned, and that we really seriously need to take a deep dive on this. And yes, it's complicated. I've heard several times that this is very complicated, but so it just seems to me all the more justification for us to step back, take a deep breath, and get it right. So I'll answer questions if there are any.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Jake Berry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jacob Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We work extensively with policymakers, service providers, and families across the Granite State to increase access to quality, affordable. I don't want to repeat too much of what has been said this afternoon. I have passed out my written testimony for you all to read at your leisure. But I do want to stress New Future's strong opposition to this amendment. simply put, we are in the rising cost of prescription drugs is nothing less than a public health crisis in this state and across the country. And the Affordability Board is an important tool to help bring increased transparency and accountability to the rising cost of drugs. In the last few years alone, we have seen the cost of insulin rise more than 50%. We have seen the cost of Narcan rise more than 400% in the midst of an ongoing addiction crisis, I should note. We have seen EpiPen rise more than 400%. We have seen all across the board, the average cost of prescription drugs has gone up more than 5 times the rate of inflation. These are costs that hit New Hampshire families hard. We have seen, these are decreasing access to these life-saving treatments. We are seeing patients having to forego treatment or having to ration their medications. These are making people less healthy. When the people have to ration or not take their medications as prescribed, they end up in the hospital in emergency rooms. This increased the cost of uncompensated care, which comes back down to all of us healthcare consumers in terms of higher premiums and other healthcare costs. Again, I would stress that this Affordability Board is a really important tool to just bring to light more about what this process looks like, why these costs are going up so high, and maybe can begin to come up with some recommendations about how we can better address them and bring this needed relief to New Hampshire families. Given all the public health concerns we are facing at this time, frankly, I'm a little surprised that we are considering this. This is an important tool. We should support it and keep it in place and allow it to do its work. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Groda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Berry, how does this board, we've heard that DAS is already doing this and the Department of Health and Human Services is already doing this. In your view, how does this differ from what's already being done in the state?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. And certainly there are others in the room who have spent more time with the board and can talk a little more about the mechanics than I can. But I think that the data collection, the research that this board is able to conduct with the with the backing of the state is just, I think it. It outweighs what we're able to do elsewhere. I think that the board is, it is made up of professionals and experts in this area. Ideally, based on the underlying bill you're considering, it would have staff in place to be able to do this research, collect this data, and shine more light on sort of the practices and the approaches that pharmaceutical companies are taking. I think it really is an important tool for all of us, and I think that the more tools we have in place like this, the better we are.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Berry. Michael Padmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Padmore. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the New Hampshire Medical Society. I'll be relatively brief because I think that a number of the folks who have testified before me, including Mr. Berry, have touched on a lot of the things that I want to implore to all of you today. But I'm here today to speak in opposition to the non-germane amendment 0375H to HB 1566 FN. 2 years ago, the New Hampshire Medical Society, we joined a bipartisan group of lawmakers and statewide stakeholders to pass HB 1280 that enacted this Prescription Drug Affordability Board. We represent physicians. Across the board, this is something that I spoke with them about when we were working on this bill a few years ago. And just across the board, this was something that our physicians saw a need to have a dedicated body to look into this. From their perspective, they don't see this work being done. A number of things have been listed today of other entities that are trying to accomplish what this board is doing. And frankly, from their perspective, they haven't seen the results of that. So this board, what it's attempting to do, our healthcare providers want this work to be done. Our patients, their patients, want this work to be done. Don't stop this body, this board, from trying to accomplish this goal, which I think from the folks who have spoken before me have outlined just a number of things that would benefit our state and the patients that live here. So with that, I thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Sytek.
How do we measure the effectiveness and success of this board?
Thank you for the question. To be honest, sir, I'm not certain, other than we're going to look at the goals that they have outlined in it, and I think that as the board is able to do their work, I think that those results will be known. We'll see whether or not there is further transparency, what some of our patients are able to, if they're able to utilize some of these different things. But I think that the intent of this board is good. And I think that we have seen support through the committee process 2 years ago of stakeholders coming, including the governor, stating their support for the intent of what this bill will do. You're talking about the results. We may not know those results for a bit, but I think that if the goals are good and if the goals are smart, then we should give this board an opportunity to try to accomplish those things.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Grote, and then Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where would the reports of meetings and of this board be found?
I'm sorry, did you say where would they be found?
Where, yes.
I don't know if I can specifically answer that question, but I believe that one of the folks who testified, I believe it was Senator Sherman, may have addressed that question, but I'm not certain. But I can certainly check with Senator Sherman, and I can certainly check with Representative Merchant.
Representative Marsh, who's the next questionnaire, is a member of the board, and if he isn't able to answer the question, I would be surprised.
Sure.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I have a copy of the 2021 annual report in my hands right now. It was issued November 1st, 2021. I can try to find out where that's available on the web, but if anybody wants a copy, I'd be glad to hand it to somebody who can make copies for the entire committee if they so desire.
Representative, and I'd like to add, Representative Grote, that on the House website you can find statutory and study committees. This is a statutory committee.
Thank you.
May I ask my question? Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mike, for taking my question. I asked Senator Sherman earlier about tools available to physicians who might be interested in the cost of the therapies that they are prescribing, and we both lamented the lack of such tools to individual physicians. Are you aware of any tools that would allow physicians to do, as Representative Fellows said earlier, to basically help their patients in making these decisions that neither I nor Senator Sherman were aware of?
Thank you for the question. I'm not aware, and I do know in my conversations with speaking with our council and our legislative committee, that was one of their frustrations, is not having some of those resources available to them. And I think that's one of the reasons why they really see a benefit in this board and having something that could maybe establish a model for them moving forward.
I thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Holly Stevens.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Holly Stevens, and I am the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I am here today to speak in opposition to Amendment 2022-0375H. That would
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens, we do have your written testimony, and you don't need to read it to us. Could you just give us the highlights?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. this is a new position for me, so I'm still trying to learn my jargon for the beginning. I could probably rattle my new futures off pretty easily, so I apologize. I was reading the first paragraph. You know, my testimony does start off with the quote of the governor, which you've heard already. You know, a couple of things that I just did want to highlight. You've heard a lot about one of the main functions of the board, which is looking at the public payers in the state. Another thing that this board would be able to do is look at encouraging those public payers to possibly come together and have one formulary. Right now, the retirees have one formulary. The state employees have one formulary. The city employees in Manchester have yet another formulary. Same thing in Nashua. Same thing in Claremont. You know, and what this would do would allow this board to take a look at that information and see if it makes sense to have a statewide formulary that all of the public payers can use and can use, because they can do, excuse me, they could possibly do bulk buying of drugs altogether. So you don't have Manchester buying drugs in Nashua, you've got them all together. It's a bigger pool. You can negotiate for better prices with the drug manufacturers. So that's another thing that we haven't heard today that this board would be able to look at and recommend. Another thing too is that small businesses would be able to see if maybe they wanted to buy into this formulary. Because if you look through the statute, there is a provision that would allow small businesses to be able to buy into. So that would help a lot of our small businesses that are struggling to even provide health insurance because of the cost. If they would be able to buy into a state formulary that is a lot cheaper, they might be able to afford health insurance for their employees. And then the second responsibility of this board is to gather the information, but specifically, and I apologize, I just need to read exactly what they need to do. They have to gather information on the costliest drugs in the state, the most prescribed drugs in the state, and the medications with the highest year-over-year increases. And they have to report out on that so that everybody in New Hampshire knows what those are. It's the 25 costliest, the 25 most prescribed, and the 25 with increases year over year. You know, just having that information and just having that transparency, one, can sometimes put downward pressure on the manufacturers because they have to report it. But secondly, it does allow for the state to look and see if there's anything that can be done to try to get a hold of these prescription drug prices. For instance, also in House Bill 1280 was the copay cap on insulin, if you remember. That was one drug that was pulled out because it was very costly and the increases kept going year over year over year. So you folks decided that enough was enough and people weren't going to have to pay that anymore. So this information can allow you to look at that on paper and say, okay, you know, what do I need to do for my constituents in order to make this more affordable? And I think with that, I will just end my testimony, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take them. I did include with my testimony 3 pieces of testimony from folks that are NAMI New Hampshire advocates on their experience with high cost of drugs.
Thank you very much for that. Is there any questions? Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Holly, for taking my question. First of all, congratulations on your new position. It's a pleasure to see you again. You've got very big shoes to fill. It's my understanding that drugs used in behavioral health, who are the people that you represent now, are particularly expensive for some of these patients, particularly in relation to their income. Would you like to speak to us for a moment as to the consequences to these patients when they cannot afford or are forced to ration the drugs that they are needing to use for treating their
Excuse me,
behavioral health conditions?
Representative Marsh, I don't believe that's exactly relevant to this discussion.
I beg to differ, because if we, since most of the people that she represents are actually insured under the state health insurance plans, including the 3 Medicaid plans, therefore they're not being able to obtain their drugs is exceedingly relevant to repealing the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, which is trying to make
No.
those drugs less expensive to those very payers.
I don't think it's actually relevant. And also, it's 4:20, and it's been a very long day. I don't think it's relevant or useful. We can all agree that lower prescription drugs prices for people would be a good thing. The question we're debating is this a good way to obtain them? Any other questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair. Is this going to a subcommittee, or are we going to be...
Representative Schmidt, I'm afraid that it will not be going to a subcommittee because it's an early bill. We have to vote it out and have the report in no later than this Thursday.
That's key information. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call Todd Fahey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. I am Todd Fahey, the State Director of AARP New Hampshire. I appear today on behalf of AARP New Hampshire and as an advocate for that organization. I also serve on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board as the governor's appointee to it. But I will defer to my colleagues on the board who spoke mostly to it, although I'll entertain whatever questions you would like to ask me. So the cost of prescription drugs are a huge issue in the nation and in New Hampshire. As I sit here, surely our friends and neighbors, your constituents, are having to decide whether they're going to be able to pay for their meds or they will have to, or pay for their utilities or their food. That's a reality. We did a survey, statistically significant survey in 2020 of 45 plus Granite Staters across the political spectrum from the left to the right, 45 years old plus. 85% of them, and I'm happy to share that survey, said that this was extremely or very important to them to deal with the escalating cost of prescription drug prices. I was absolutely so proud of the work that this legislature did, by way of concurrence, omnibus bill or otherwise. In 2020, in the midst of a pandemic, you all saw fit to bring a needed transparency to an industry that has operated without transparency for years. And now, and I understand the reasoning, and I respect the reasoning and the thinking of our elected officials, but now, in one motion, in hours and hours of work, we're on the precipice of abolishing the board. Not trying to fix it, mind you. Abolishing it. The board does not act in secrecy. I've sat on every board meeting, some in person, some virtually, since it began. We have heard from the pharmaceutical industry, from pharmacy benefit managers, from experts in the field. All of it's public. We're administratively attached to the Department of Health and Human Services. I would encourage you to go watch if you'd like. Everything has been made public. The biggest fear I have on this board, in all honesty, and I am a lawyer, 21 years of experience in New Hampshire, and I'm also a Granite Stater. I grew up here, was born here, proud of it, is the requirement to safeguard this confidential information produced to the board. If that leaks out, I don't want to even be able to have to touch that information and somehow get sued by the pharmaceutical industry for disclosing proprietary information. There's very, very, very strong requirements to maintain confidentiality. So the idea that we would in any way be cavalier or loose with confidential information, I think, frankly, as a board member, the board itself, by the statute, and individual members would be held liable. And I can imagine that would be a pretty severe consequence. I'm recognizing the time is short, so I'll wrap, Madam Chair. Year over year, prescription drug prices have increased. Year over year. Every year, and now we're in an inflationary environment where what was maybe worse before and was worse before is infinitely worse now for our fellow Granite Staters who are depending upon this group, this board, and frankly, this body to stand with them. If you abolish this board, you are abolishing perhaps the best opportunity for transparency that we've seen in New Hampshire to understand prescription drug pricing. We do have Commerce Clause issues here. We're not going to be fixing prices. We're not going to be selling proprietary information. Surely I wouldn't do it. I don't want to be selling information for Merck Pharmaceuticals or any other and then have to explain myself. But I think I think Representative Sytek asked the question, how do you know if you've done anything worthwhile at the end of the day? Here's what I'll tell you. A front page headline showing the findings of the board, explaining to the public, by way of public report, the following information about prescription drugs, both brand name and generic, the 25 most frequently prescribed drugs in the state, the 25 costliest drugs as determined by the total amount spent on those drugs in the state by public payers, the state of New Hampshire and political subdivisions thereof, and the 25 drugs with the highest year-over-year cost increases as determined by the total amount spent on those drugs in the state. Would we not want to know that? We're so smart here in the Granite State. I was so proud of what we did in a bipartisan way of 2020. I'm imploring you, with all due respect for those who disagree with our position, to maintain this board, vote down this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. My membership fee, the fraction of a penny that I spent on membership fee was well spent. My question is there anything we can learn from the rollout of the vaccines, which I'm sure are difficult to manufacture and very expensive to develop, just like any other pharmaceutical, and yet it's not as simple as it should be, but we developed a relatively simple mechanism for distributing them, and they've been available free to anyone who wants it. So why, is there anything we can learn from that and change the way we distribute other drugs?
Thank you for the question, Representative Horrigan. I'm not sure. I think that the rollout of the vaccines, that's a tough question. I mean, we're obviously a very divided nation over whether we even like the vaccines, certainly in New Hampshire. I guess I would say the focus here is on affordability, Representative, so I don't know if there are direct lessons to be learned, and if there were, I'd be happy to share them.
Thank you. Yes.
Are there other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members.
I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you all for your testimony. And I think I would ask everyone else to leave the room because we're going to have a Republican caucus for about until 4:45. I beg your pardon? Okay. Quarter of. That's 20 minutes.
I'm ready to go home.
You don't have time.
Thank you. I think we're all here except Representative Fellows. Okay, well, that won't take her too long to come back. All right, we have two bills, early bills that we need to vote out of committee. So, I'm going to move ought to pass for House Bill 1535, and I present Amendment 2022-0551H.
Second.
Okay. This is there's copies available on the table. It's a minor update of the amendment that I discussed with the subcommittee and then had earlier. Representative Sitek caught a typo, and so we had to get a new amendment, but the intent is the same.
And that's the sum and substance of the minor amendment is just a typo correction?
Right.
Okay.
The amendment leaves the cost of living adjustment at 1.5% on July 1st, 2022 for people who have been retired for 5 years and on the first 30,000 of their pension. So that's that's there, essentially the same as the bill. Representative Rhodes.
You might mention that the subcommittee was unanimous.
Yes, the subcommittee agreed on this in principle unanimously. I'm just describing what it is for the rest of the committee. It then eliminates the unrestrained annual cost of living increases by the retirement system, which would cost approximately $2 billion, because the subcommittee thought that was a bit much. It also puts the cost of this COLA into the retirement fund as a lump sum, paying for the whole cost of it from this year's general fund. And that is the way we used to do cost of living increases when we were granting them as conditions warranted. We would say, okay, we can afford for a cost of living increase, here's the money for it, and put it in the retirement system to pay for it forever. We didn't take out a 20-year mortgage, which is what we did in 19 when we granted a cost of living increase. And doing that with one hand while we have people complain about their property taxes seems ridiculous to me, but I'll let you make your own judgment on it. In any event, this grants a cost of living increase one time and pays for it, and that's what it does. Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. You covered it.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, speeches? I'm sorry?
Let's vote.
Yes, sir. The motion is ought to pass Amendment 0551H to House Bill 1535, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gamorlo.
Yes.
Gamorla, sorry. Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Grand slam.
The amendment passes 19-0, and I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1535. Okay, seconded by Representative Pearson. And I have nothing to say. Representative Pearson?
I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to say it here. The just a quick reminder. One of the things that we have a responsibility of here at the state is to take care of those that we stewarded through their careers, helping the citizens of the state. And the way we're going about doing this here is the most prudent one in the time that we have. I think when the system becomes more healthy, we can look at other ways to handle our cost of living look-ats, and but certainly when the budget has the surplus that it does, and the certain inflationary strains that retirees are feeling right now, I think this is prudent. It's fair. It's frankly, it's only about $450 per person, so their medical expenses are going to suck that up real fast. But this is the way that it should be done in where it doesn't increase the unfunded liability. It doesn't get downshifted. We handle it and take care of it as a legislature all at once. So this is the good formula. I like it, and I encourage all of you to vote for it.
Any other comments? Representative Schmidt?
Amen.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Any other comments? Exactly. Okay, if there are no further... Thank you all. Other questions, comments? In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1535, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lektis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
That was pretty short, too. Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gamarlo.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair,
Yes.
17 to 2.
Okay, the motion passes 17 to 2. It's not suitable for consent, even if it were unanimous, so it'll be on the regular calendar. Thank you, and I'll get the blurb in this tonight. All right, then. Yes, yes, I made the motion. I've written the blurb already, and I'll be sending it in. Okay, then we have House Bill 1566. Representative Allegro, you have a motion.
Yes, I would like to move HB 1566 to interim study.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is the motion to move the bill to interim study?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Allegro?
Well, after that hearing, we have an awful lot to digest, and if there was ever a bill that required interim study, I think this is the one. Also, I believe there's still some debate and uncertainty, things to be hashed out over the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and I think it would, that part of the debate would benefit as well.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Allegro. There was a lot going on here, and I think that the intent here of this board is good. The idea is good. It's the largest stressor and strain on our retirees, and I think taking a scalpel to this and digging deep and tweaking some things and looking at this at the interim study level is appropriate, rather than just you know, the machete approach. So I think this is a clear case of interim studies being necessary, and I hope you don't put me on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the heartfelt enthusiasm. Representative Schmidt, you had a question or comment?
I do, Madam Chair. So let the record reflect for the first time, maybe ever, I say amen to Representative Allegro's remarks, because this is a heavy lift, and we got to get the facts straight and know what we're talking about before we vote this out. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you myself. The bill had a number of issues, and I'm certainly not willing to pass it, but it deserves another look. Representative Rhodes, and then Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As far as interim study, I really hope I'm not on the study committee, because as far as navigating this ship, I don't know that this really belongs even in our wheelhouse. I understand it does because it says board, but I feel like I've drowned it at the bottom of the wave pool, and I just don't know that our group of people is some of the great things that we've been able to pass out of this committee together. If this is one of them that we should be the ones discussing, so please don't. Thank you.
Representative Goley, and then Lekas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just had my thunder stole from me about my concern as to this being the appropriate committee to interim study this. Looking back at where the bill came from, it came from Commerce, and it seems like it's more of their purview than it would be for us. I know, listening to all the details, I think maybe one of the few people here that understands it is Representative Marsh, but I was getting lost in all the weeds as to what was going on. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I worry about interim study. Sounds like the board's in place and doing what they want, and a lot of organizations that are following them seem to think they're doing the appropriate thing going forward. They were here today testifying in favor, so I'm inclined to support those organizations and continue this board going forward. Thank you.
Well, interim study would not interfere with the board. It exists. It would continue. We won't even pass legislation this year. We would be looking at the original bill, which was their hiring authority and this position they were trying to create, which is something we understand. We could just assume they're good. We know what they want to do. They want to lower prices. They're the experts. We're just looking at their process and their organization, which is something we do know how to do. Representative Lekas?
Thank you. Yep. I still have some serious concerns about the board, but I'm willing to accept interim study because it is even more complicated than I understood it to be. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Sytek.
This is a very disturbing bill for me because nothing to do with the merits of it. I heard many people whom I respect saying different things. I have 20 or 30 questions I'd like to ask, and I accept your thanks for not asking them. But when I don't want to get into the particulars, and I'm sure there's a way that one will explain. These people are all skilled, but it just, there's some, I'm done.
Thank you, Representative Marsh, and then Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can ultimately vote for interim study because I believe this will not end up being a true interim study by this committee. The underlying bill is to fix some technical issues with the board that the board needs to move forward. For instance, without approving the budget line, they can't collect the fees to pay the director, which they need to hire in order to do their work. However, I do understand that that language will likely come back to us in one form or another attached to some other bill because I already know people are talking about doing that. So I think at the end of the day, any interim study by this committee will become moot, and therefore I can vote for interim study today.
Thank you for that encouraging remark. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be proper, Madam Chair, if interim study is passed by the House, to at least invite members of the Commerce Committee or a group to help us
Yes, and
study
I think that
this?
if we were getting into the details of what the board is doing, we might want to invite Health and Human Services as well. Yes, I think that would be reasonable.
Thank you. And just one other comment, I would remind Representative Rhodes that while this bill may be looked at at a subcommittee, in the long run, our whole committee does interim study. So she's not excused.
We will all learn more about prescription drug pricing than we really want to know. Sorry about that, guys. I can tell you the story of the slaughterhouse bills we had 10, 12 years ago. But I won't. Any other questions or comments? Representative Schmidt.
Well, I think probably a couple of us are on Medicare already in this committee, but as somebody who's been on Medicare for a long time, it's nice to have the Medicare stamp of non-approval of the amount I'm billed for on virtually everything. I'm also on Medicare Part D, and so I'm having the big hitters do my drug pricing negotiation, and it's you heard what Dr. Sherman said with regard to how complex it is. So I'm glad I don't have to make that kind of a call every time.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1566, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Duh.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Gamarlo.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19 to 0.
Okay, the motion passes 19 to 0. We will interim study House Bill 1566. Is there any objection to consent? Well, that's fine. Yes, I understand that the leaders of the study committee will have to be carefully selected among those who care. But we could, there's no reason not to put it on the bill on interim study, on consent. Okay, no objections? Okay. Thank you very much. That is the work we had to do today, and I'm buying.
Too bad for you.
I won't extend the tendency of people to use the language of sort of their heritage for voting, because in Greek, nay means yes.
Thank you. That'll confuse everybody.
Thank you for the offer, but it takes me an hour.